In a scene of unsurpassed splendor, the snow nestles up to the sky in the rarefied air of the Rockies. A majestic setting for college basketball's final summit.
Welcome to McNichols Arena.
Thank you.
I just hope and pray that one more goes the Devil's way.
It's been a long road, and we're going all the way. Go Rebels! Let's go now, this is the one! This is the one! Let's go for the beginning, baby. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Defense! NCAA championship! That's what we came here for! Let's go, Devils! We're in it to win it! Let's go, baby! Woo!
Tonight, the spotlight shines on the Mile High City. CBS Sports proudly presents the 1990 NCAA Men's Basketball Championship. Duke University versus the University of Nevada at Las Vegas. "32 years ago, a gold rush in the Rockies drew 19,000 prospectors to this town. And tonight, there are almost that many fans packed into McNichols Arena as two teams seek to strike gold of their own. And good evening, everyone. I'm Jim Nance, and welcome to CBS Sports coverage of the championship game. 64 teams were invited to travel the road to the Final Four. They passed through places such as Richmond, Austin, Hartford, Oakland, and Salt Lake City. 62 games have been contested, from the opening tip to the final buzzer and beyond. And tonight, two teams remain. Two schools separated by the Continental Divide, and they will soon play for this championship trophy. And to call tonight's action from courtside, it is my pleasure to introduce Brent Musburger. Brent?
Jim, thank you very much. Welcome and good evening, everybody. You need a 6-game winning streak once you come into this tournament to win it. And both Duke and UNLV right now have won 5 straight games. And tonight, one of them will win their first NCAA championship. Duke has been here 8 times, yet they have not gone home with that elusive trophy. As for the Runnin' Rebs of Jerry Tarkanian, they've been here 3 times. And Billy Packer, they're still looking for their first championship. One edge we have to give Duke is that senior leadership you've told me about.
Brent, it's almost incredible. Danny Ferry holds the all-time record of playing in NCAA tournament games at 19. But take a look at this ball club. 3 players climbing that mountain. Bricky, Abdelnaby, and Henderson all up there around the record. No team has ever been this experienced in a Final Four.
But Billy, what about the point guard, the freshman?
It's been amazing that one of their real keys is a freshman point guard who has to play in Bobby Hurley 35-plus minutes tonight of almost errorless ball.
We spoke to Coach Krzyzewski just a short time ago. Bobby Hurley is almost 100%, feels better than he did Saturday. On the other bench, Jerry Tarkanian, your evaluation of the Shark.
Well respected by all of his coaches, is one of the great teachers in the game of basketball. And when you look at his all-time record, he goes up there against the legendary Claire B., a Hall of Famer. He's only in second place among all guys that have ever coached the game of college basketball.
And one of the marvelous defensive players in the history of the college game, Stacey Augmon.
Stacey Augmon has been, without question, the best player in this year's NCAA tournament on both ends of the floor. It's going to be interesting to watch him match up tonight, particularly if it's Phil Henderson.
And, Billy, we spoke to the two coaches, Krzyzewski and Tarkanian, and this is how they broke down tonight's championship matchup.
Well, there are 2 big people inside that causes problems because we're not a real big team. You know, Butler gives us good size, but he's not very wide, and Larry Johnson's real wide, but he's not very tall. So, you know, we have a little problem there.
With their perimeter pressure, they make you turn your back when you have the ball. And it's kind of like rushing a quarterback in football where you can't see all his receivers. That's what they try to do, and they do a good job of it.
We have to do the best job we possibly can on Henderson. He's a great player, and their two inside people are really good. I think they're really underrated.
I think Augman will be the best player on the court. I mean, he can have the biggest impact on a game because he's already a great defensive player, and in this tournament he's proven to be an outstanding offensive player.
Billy, how do you break this one down?
Well, Brent, I think the real key to the game right off the bat are the pillars of strength down in the box. Both teams very good there, but the first team that gets in foul trouble down in the low box with any of their players is going to lose this ball game. Hind to prime time. What I'm talking about there is what we saw Saturday. Moses Scurry off the bench playing a big game. Somebody could come off the bench tonight for either team and change the balance. That's how close it is. And re-augmentation. We used this one again Saturday. Stacey Augman has been the stopper on defense. He could do it again in this ball game. And the last thing has to do with the coaches. Down the aisle. They've all been here before, but they've never walked down that aisle. Somebody's under a lot of pressure. They may crack.
And Billy, we're joined tonight, Jim Nantz, of course, and also James Brown. JB, what have you got?
All right, Brent, thank you very much. You know, for all the talk about the differences between these two ball clubs, there is one note of similarity. I talked with the players just a few moments ago, and they say on both teams that it's important tonight to win this game for their coaches as much as for themselves. The Duke players say they're a little sick and tired of hearing all the criticism of Mike Krzyzewski, who's been to a Final Four 3 times, but yet to win it, being criticized for being unable to win the big game. Perhaps that's the reason why Mike Krzyzewski told a friend in private, I really feel this is my year. The Running Rebels, on the other hand, feel that no matter of victory tonight, it still won't diffuse the perception that they are a program of renegades. However, a national title will elevate their embattled coach, Jerry Tarkanian, to a new stature and perhaps gain him some newfound respect. So coming up, it's the national championship match between Duke and UNLV. Starting lineups coming up next on CBS.
CBS Sports coverage of the 1990 NCAA basketball championship game is sponsored by the Good Time, Great Taste.
We get ready for an NCAA championship, and to meet our starting lineups, let's join the PA announcer, Frank Fallon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the McNichols Sports Arena in Denver for tonight's national championship game between the Duke Blue Devils and the UN Runnin' Rebels. A 6'5" senior from Fayetteville, North Carolina, number 21, Robert Brickey. For UNLV at forward, a 6'8" junior from Pasadena, California, number 32, Stacey Augman. For Duke at forward, a 6'11" sophomore from Angola, New York, number 32, Christian Laettner. For UNLV at forward, a 6'7" junior from Dallas, Texas, number 4, Larry Johnson. For Duke at center, a 6'10" senior from Bloomfield, New Jersey, number 30, Ala Abdelnaby. For UNLV at center, a 6'10" senior from Washington, D.C., number 00, David Butler. For Duke at guard, a 6'4" senior from University Park, Illinois, number 3, Phil Henderson. For UNLV at guard, a 6'1½ sophomore from Detroit, Michigan, number 12, Anderson Hunt. For Duke at guard, a 6-foot freshman from Jersey City, New Jersey, number 11, Bobby Hurley. For UNLV at guard, a 6'2" junior from Las Vegas, Nevada, number 50, Greg Anthony. And introducing the head coaches. For Duke in his 10th season, Mike Krzyzewski. For UNLV in his 17th season, Jerry Tarkanian.
And the Sharks' favorite towel a short time ago was prepared for this championship game. Both Tarkanian and Krzyzewski looking for their first title.
Every year,
we get ready for the championship game, and our officials tonight are Eddie Hightower, Tim Higgins, and Richie Ballesteros. The standby is Larry Rose, seated across the way. UNLV, the number 1 seed out of the West, they'll wear their home whites. Ala Abdelnaby will jump it off against David Butler, and we begin. Henderson with a 3 to start the game, and Augman yanks away the first rebound.
Matchup in the post is Laettner, Johnson, Abdelnaby against Butler.
Anderson, Hunt. And Hurley stretches the defense on him. And Leitner steals it from Johnson.
I think Johnson's going to have a hard time turning and facing on Leitner with that additional size. Seems a little shaky.
Hurley almost lost his dribble, didn't he? Batted away from Abdelnaby by Johnson and saved beautifully by Hunt. And Vegas brings it down. No score yet. Now there is.
Big factor for Jerry Tarkanian if his guards, Hunt and Anthony, can hit from the outside.
Now Hunt comes out high on Hurley. Leitner to screen.
Half-court offense. Duke not looking to run. And Augman's on Bricky.
Henderson spins. Taken away by Butler. Abdelnaby thought he had an offensive board. Augman is picked up quickly by Hurley. They get inside to Johnson for the game's first. And now it is 4-0 as that low post play for the first time. Vegas able to hit a field goal down low.
Brent, that was Bricky stuck with Johnson. Johnson loves to play against a smaller man down there. Hurley picking up his dribble, quite surprising. He likes to keep it on the floor.
Leitner, the dribble behind the back, and now Bricky looks into Abdelnaby and keeps it himself. Swatted away by Augman and out of bounds.
Now, Brent, what Bricky is going to have to realize is Stacey Augman is going to try to help other people because he knows Bricky is not a giant scorer. So Bricky did the wise thing. He took the ball to Augman. He's going to have to drive more often.
Abdelnaby fouled by Johnson. Johnson fouled out of Saturday's semifinal victory over Georgia Tech.
And Brent, when he fouled out, their club was they got to the point of up 2. Great play off the bench by Moses Scurry, saved him. Now, if Johnson's going to play behind Abdelnaby, as he did there, Duke can hit him easily in the low post. And one thing about this Duke team, they have made more free throws on the year than their opponents have shot. The ACC's leading free throw shooting team, and a great advantage they have over UNLV. If that turns out to be the case tonight, then a lot of people going to the line.
Abdelnaby perfect. Quickly into the hands of Augman, and he is cut off by Abdelnaby out high. Augman likes to get into the baseline on the left side. This time he'll turn it into the paint and pass to Johnson, who was there, and Bricky fouled him.
Second time tonight, Duke gets caught on a switch where Bricky ends up with Johnson. Abdelnaby, that time on Augman. That is not what Mike Krzyzewski wants. As you can see right here, Abdelnaby, who's supposed to be playing low post defense, gets stuck with Augman, who can beat him easily. And then Bricky, for the second time, gets stuck down there with Larry Johnson. And believe me, no 6'5" man, despite the fact that Bricky's a good leaper, is going to handle Johnson down there.
Chance to complete the three-point play. And Vegas breaks out. 7-2, 17:54 to go.
Butler, a good defender on Leitner down inside, fighting over the top.
They get into Leitner now, and he hits Abdelnaby for Duke's first field goal of the game.
We talked about pillars of strength, Brent. It looks like both teams going down in low early to challenge that defense.
Leitner cuts off the pass from Johnson. Anthony misses into the hands of Bricky. Good inside defense by Leitner that time.
Good cut.
Bricky's inside on Augman, and he drew the foul. Chance to tie it as he comes to the free throw line.
This is a key to this ball game. Where Bricky likes to score, Augman doesn't have the same opportunities he did as a defender against the likes of Bo Kimball and Dennis Scott, because Bricky will score down there against anybody with getting good position. Augman is going to have to be careful not to try to help out so much, because Bricky will get the ball down low.
Butler has It knocked away, but into the Rebels' hands. They come down with that lead just underway here in the first half from McNichols Arena. Knocked away by Henderson, but into Augman's hands. And Hunt is successfully cut off. Tremendous half-court defense being applied by Duke. Anthony will take it. That's his second field goal of the game.
Great fake by Anthony. He looked to pass, and that throws the defenders on both sides.
3-point lead for Vegas. Bricky puts it down and lost it.
Bricky's gaining some confidence, though. I think he thinks he can take Stacy, and Stacy's not concentrating 100% on Robert.
Moses Scurry, the game's first sub. Philly, he turned in a powerful game against Georgia Tech.
11 rebounds in 21 minutes, 6 points, and his play off the bench. We talked about the Pine to prime time. Moses was the man Saturday. Both teams caught in a half-court game. No transition play at all.
This is the kind of game that Krzyzewski wanted, and he thought he could get it there. Anthony goes back in and digs it out.
Tough shot.
And again, a rebound for Scurry. They find Hunt. Gets inside. Over Leitner for the field goal. 11-6 now, Vegas.
Good job by Hunt. So Hunt and Anthony have both gotten off the snide early, which is a good sign for Jerry Tarkanian.
Leitner on a runner committed an offensive foul. His first of the game. We'll take a timeout. Krzyzewski complaining that he was cut off. 15:24 remaining first half. For the national championship. Look at how many points they gave up. The most that any team scored. Arkansas on Saturday with 83. This is a tough defensive unit trying to win the school's first ever national championship. 15:24 to go. First half with Billy Packer. I'm Brent Musburger. 11-6.
2-2-1 full court press, and he gets Scurry for a double dribble. That really caught Jerry Tarkanian's club off guard, because you wouldn't have Scurry back there handling the ball. Good move by Mike Krzyzewski on the timeout. Abdelnaby out of the game with Davis in.
Bricky for the layup. 11-8. Anthony regains it. Hurley battling him. Tried to get it, and Bricky fouled Scurry.
Now Hurley does a great job guarding people in the backcourt, drawing the 5-second counts. Good job by Anthony that time to get rid of the ball just in time.
Johnson returning.
And Brent, we talk about Bobby Hurley's ball handling as a freshman. He held Kenny Atkinson 5 for 14, Boo Harvey 4 for 18, and Derek Martin 1 for 9. So his defensive skills in this NCAA tournament have been almost as valuable as his ball handling. Kubek too small for Butler. Too small for Butler.
Was able to front and battled it out of bounds off Butler's hands and forced the turnover. And that's because he got help from that weak side, Billy.
He did. And what also happened was that Hunt was too impatient to get the ball down there. Some funny matchups on the court right now as both coaches go into their bench. Good double screen from the double low.
Henderson with a lot of time misfiring. Johnson off with the rebound. Lead now to Augman in a foot race with Kubek. Hurley's back in, going inside him, and a blocking foul on the point guard. Score the field goal.
He is poetry in motion on the fast break. We've said this time and again throughout his career, but Stacey Augman is the best finisher on the break that I have ever seen in college basketball. Beautiful faking. He's in control all the time. He can glide with his jumping ability. He's very smart and intelligent with his decision making on the break, and he can use right or left hand. Super player.
(14-29), 13-8. Vegas over Duke. Leitner putting it down, and he traveled.
Brent, don't you sense that Duke is not right as far as getting in sync with this ball game? Here, almost had a problem with Abdelnaby getting on the court. Would have been a technical foul.
Johnson, short. They appear to be into it defensively, but they're out of sync here at the offensive end in the early minutes, Billy. Now Henderson on the inside against Johnson hits the field goal, and that is his first of the game.
Smart play by Larry Johnson. He wasn't in the right position, so instead of chopping with the foul, he stays in the game. That's more important than trying to block that shot.
Hunt's three.
Big play for Jerry Tarkanian. Hurley, the last time down floor, tried to penetrate with the dribble. He's picking up his dribble too early against Vegas. They overplay well on the pass.
To Leitner in low. Butler coming after him, fouled him. His first. Now UNLV, and they are within 85 points of breaking the tournament scoring record. Twice they have gone over 100. Against Arkansas Little Rock and Loyola Marymount.
Brent, that held by that Billy Tubbs Oklahoma club that holds the record for scoring but did not win the championship as Danny Manning went crazy. Leitner, the best free throw shooter on the Duke squad, led the Atlantic Coast Conference in free throw shooting. Very unusual for a center.
Abdelnaby reporting back in, and Leitner will be given a break here. 13-20. Billy, what about the altitude? How did you think it affected the players on Saturday, and what should we look for here tonight?
Looked like Arkansas was affected more than anybody else. What's going to affect Duke right now is that matchup with Kubek on Butler. Good steal.
Davis coming away with it.
Short.
Kubek very short, and Hill cleaning up underneath, and the foul. Number 2 on Ogman.
Got some tight releases out there. That shot by Kubek, you talk about air balls, that was about 5 feet short.
Kubek coming off the stack. Takes the pass from Hurley.
He's got Abdelnaby down low.
Hurley able to swing in one of Abdelnaby, and Johnson read it. Now into the hands of Hunt. 2-on-1.
Great job by Hunt, and he also is a finisher with a dunk. At just 6'2", we've seen him do that time and time again. Great play by Larry Johnson on defense down low, and there's another one.
Coming out is Anthony into the hands of Hunt. This time, he was fouled by Hurley, and Krzyzewski doesn't like that call.
Well, there's no question Hurley got him on the arm, and Hunt again, not afraid to take it right in on the drive. Larry Johnson is just playing a great game on the defensive end of the court. He got stuck the first time in the game playing down low and behind. Now he's starting to front the post, and Duke is not getting their lob to work effectively at all. Then I like the substitution coming in here by Jerry Tarkanian now with a little bit of a working margin. He's going to try to go to his bench a little deeper. He did not get good play off the bench the other day except by Scurry, who had the big game. And here we see Travis Bice coming in, probably, as you can see, coming in for Hunt. So he's just going to take a gamble here and see if he can get some minutes, quality minutes off that bench other than Scurry. Smart coaching move.
And we also saw Henderson check back into the game for the Blue Devils. And now Bice will replace Hunt.
And if you're going to need your subs at the end of the game, let them get a little taste of the game in the first half. Because it's hard to come in cold if you've never played before.
Steal by Ogman. Henderson's back.
He's special. Duke has not adjusted in their half-court offense at all. Very tentative.
Duke has turned it over 7 times here in the early going. Johnson back to Augman. Wanted Johnson.
Look at Johnson's quickness. What a play!
Saves it, and here's Anthony. Now it's Bice. Inside to Augman. Abdelnaby there, and Hill comes away with it for the Blue Devils.
Well, the team on the floor now for Duke, and you talk about a gutsy move by Mike Krzyzewski, he only has 2 starters on the floor, and his club in serious trouble. He may have to really hustle to get somebody else in the game. His club's totally out of sync.
Hill putting it down, and he is fouled. Let's watch this save again by Johnson as he was going out of bounds on the sideline.
An All-American player in every respect. Tremendous attitude, tremendous work ethic, and obviously very talented.
And probably fortunate that he wasn't injured on that play, the way he was cut down at the ankle.
I was worried about the floor, not Johnson. He's too strong to get hurt.
He'll be right back. You know, Jerry Tarkanian, he really works the country to get his players. First he goes down to Texas and California, Washington, D.C., homeboy, and then Detroit, Michigan, and then he stirs them up until they're hot. All double-digit scores, 1 first-team All-American in Johnson, and 3 honorable mentions. Quite a crew put together by the Shark.
And for Mike Krzyzewski, he has to figure out a way to overcome this great defense Vegas has put on him. Good steal again.
Lead to Hunt, and Ballesteros going down on the break.
And for those fans that wonder, that's the rub of the green right there. Obviously, Hunt would have been able to catch that ball if he hadn't run into the official, but it's got to be turned over to Duke. Great defense so far by Vegas. Duke not in their half-court offense at all.
Duke's average turnovers has been 15, and already there are 9 here tonight. Leitner misfiring, taken away by Abdelnaby.
Over the top of Scurry. Hesitation dribble. No place to go.
Now it's Hurley trying to squeeze through, and he does. Dishes Bricky. No basket. The foul is going to go against Scurry.
Probably a pretty good foul for the simple reason that Bricky had an easy one. Pretty tough for a guy like Scurry to draw the charge. You can see him stepping over. As he does, he tries to get a piece of Hurley. Without question, he didn't have his feet planted when Hurley made the move to the side, and a brilliant move by Hurley it was not to draw the charge.
Billy, team fouls, 6 against the Rebels and 5 on the Blue Devils.
But for UNLV, there's been good distribution on the fouls.
Henderson at the top, off the fake.
Butler very concerned about not picking up a foul. Normally he'd go for the block there, and probably could have had that one because Henderson was off balance.
Here's Hunt. Gets to the baseline on Hurley, gets him in the air, and then bangs in another field goal. That's 10 first-half points now for Anderson Hunt.
Well, and if you're a Vegas fan, you have to feel very comfortable now because they just don't lose when Hunt is hot. Johnson now fronting the low post players.
Bricky puts it down and then kind of went up too softly on it. Well, McNichols Arena, battle for the national championship. UNLV has led it all the way. It's 23-15 with 10:08 to go in the first half.
And Brent, I don't think anybody's called a time. Yes, Jerry now, and he wonders why his players are over there. And the official's saying, hey, nobody's got an official timeout.
Now we'll take a break. Vegas, that was confirmed, and the officials just didn't pick it up. The players had gone over to the sideline, so Vegas brings it down now. They've led it all the way. It's 23-15, 10 minutes to go now, and Young, who is checked in off the Rebel bench, goes to Butler, who's out high. Abdelnaby there, as Anthony gets on the inside and knocks down another field goal, and that is 6. And now, Billy, their guards have 16 points.
They have 16 points, and to me, they have set a stage in this game that's going to be very difficult for Duke to handle. Now they go to their amoeba defense. First time tonight we've seen the zone. Henderson, the man that would want to shoot.
Looking for it. Coming up short, and Johnson rebounding. Anthony eyeing the floor. A very positive start here for the Running Rebs. And Hunt missing that time and into Leitner's hands.
Wanted to up-tempo the game a little bit, and I think Mike Krzyzewski at that timeout told his team to up-tempo. They're playing very passively up to this point.
Henderson coming in, hitting that one, giving him 3 field goals on the evening now. 25-17 in 9 minutes. Young puts it down. It's there, and he got it up over him.
Pine to prime time. Very Young, big shot. And there they are in the zone. Shaped out like a 1-3-1. And then takes the shape of the offense.
Another Duke turnover. That is 10 for the game as Hurley fired that one out of bounds.
Bobby Hurley, surprisingly to me, Brent, for the first time in the tournament, has crossed half court, picked up his dribble. He's done that constantly tonight, whether it's man-to-man or zone. Against a club that's a good defensive team, the point guard has got to keep his dribble alive.
The foul against Duke. And on Brian Davis, his first. Ogman watching from the Rebel bench. Hunt leading their scorers with 10. Ogman with 4. Johnson with 5. Butler yet to score. Anthony has 6. Anthony wants Johnson low. Couldn't do anything, and it'll be Anthony coming down to the baseline.
Excellent two-man game.
And now Young hit the 3, and he's got 5 points off that Rebel bench.
And Jerry Tarkanian's towel is under his seat. When he sees points coming from the right kind of people he never expected, he's got to be comfortable right now. And look at the amoeba stretching out farther and farther each time down the court. Defense has been too tough for Duke. Got to break somebody up to the top of the foul line to handle that ball a little bit.
Knocked away from Henderson. Another turnover. Lead pass for Anthony. Bats to save it, but into Davis's hands.
And Brent, Duke is going to have to start beating UNLV back down the floor because they're not scoring against their half-court defense.
Hurley misfiring badly.
He has not had a field goal since the UCLA game.
Leitner coming inside, and Abdelnaby fouled.
Good foul by Jones that time. So Jones, Young have all played extremely well coming in off the bench, as did Scurry. And the Shark doesn't have much to fret about at this time.
Hurley will sit down, and Bill McCaffrey, freshman out of Allentown, Pennsylvania, will check in, and so too will Stacy Cianovich. So the Sharks saw that change and immediately sent Cianovich out onto the floor and started nibbling a little bit on that towel.
Well, you know, the towel all started way back when Tark used to get a dry mouth, and he didn't like to drink water because the cups always fell on the floor and spilled out. So he's the one that came up with the idea of sucking on that towel, and he's been doing it ever since. Duke is very tight.
Only 3 of 7 from the line, and they normally are a good free throw shooting team. Vegas leading at 30-17 at the 7-minute mark.
And able now to play with only 2 starters on the floor. So everybody's getting that rest. Good screen by Jones.
Hunt comes inside. And it winds up in the hands of Davis, but Cianovich gets it back, and now Hunt arches a 3. McCaffrey coming out, and he's stopped by Hunt immediately.
See, Duke is not forcing the ball up the court quickly. It allows Vegas to get set.
Henderson. Eight points for Henderson. Johnson, and he's fouled. Abdelnaby
He just doesn't allow you to get close enough to him to block the shot. Uses those 250 pounds to keep everybody away. You know, Brent, we talked about the experience of Duke in the Final Four, but nobody at Duke has the experience of Stacey Augmon, who played in both the Olympics and the World University Games, and a guy like Larry Johnson, who led the American team to the gold medal in the World University Games. So they have been to huge games like this in the past. Johnson, as a matter of fact, was the outstanding player on that gold medal team, although he had not yet played a game against a Division I foe. Funny hesitation on that shot. You know, none other than a guy who really knows when people put in effort. Gene Cady of Purdue told me, who was the coach of that team, said that Larry Johnson might be the best person player that he has ever had on a squad. So he's got more than physical talents.
(32-19), 6:10 to go.
1-3-1. Tark has had a masterful game so far. These kids are doing everything he has.
The turnover, and it's Cianovich coming down. And he is fouled.
What performance from the bench tonight. Cianovich, who had his hands full against Georgia Tech, and the likes of Kenny Anderson, given valuable minutes.
Krzyzewski uses a timeout. 32-19. He's down 13. Vegas's biggest lead of the game. At Denver, Colorado, a city which has done a splendid job of hosting this NCAA championship game. As for the contest, it has been all the running Rebs as they attempt to win their first national championship.
And Brent, what Jerry Tarkanian is getting now is really a great advantage, because his bench has played so well that he's able to rest his starters. Duke cannot afford, with this type of a lead that has come on against them, to go with the bench. So if they're going to make a run, they've got to do it in the next 5:53 to get it down under double figures.
Billy, how could the point guard play improve for the Blue Devils?
Well, I think what Bobby Hurley, who's not in the game now, and McCaffrey, who's really not a point guard, they've got to drive the ball up court and force the defense to pick up the dribbler. They're not doing that at all. There's another example.
Off his foot. Ball is tied up.
Mike Krzyzewski will have to come back. Here he is. He's coming back with Hurley. He has no one out there to force the ball up court. McCaffrey not ready to play at this level of competition in that role.
Turnovers by the Blue Devils here in the early going.
UNLV will force 20 turnovers plus a game, so that's not unusual for them, but Duke's been able to hold that off.
Augmon, not an outside shooter. He was thinking about that one. Traveling, it goes over to the Blue Devils.
Well, Stacey has 16 threes this year. His first year on playing at UNLV as a freshman, only shot 3 all year long.
Billy, to give the folks an idea about this Vegas defense, not only 13 turnovers, but they're shooting only 42% from the field here. Now Kubek gives it up to Henderson. Cianovich was flying at him, and he misses. Scurry off with a rebound, and this is some show by the running Rebs.
Duke is standing still so much. That's Butler's shot. He likes that fadeaway jumper.
An offensive rebound. The putback wouldn't stay. Scurry a second time. Can't get it to fall. And Henderson comes out with the dribble.
While Scurry is arguing with the official, Duke gets their first chance at a fast break.
Hurley fouled by Bice.
And Jerry Tarkanian goes crazy at Moses, and what he's telling him, don't argue with the officials, run back down on defense. Now remember Saturday, he did a similar thing. The only problem was the ball popped loose. He was at the wrong place at the right time and ended up with a layup. But eventually that's going to work against you. You can't stand there and argue with the ref.
And that's why James Jones is off the Vegas bench and Abdel Nabi in the Duke lineup.
These free throws could be a key for Hurley. He has not shot well. As I said, hasn't had a field goal since the UCLA game. That's a long, long time ago. He needs to get the feel of the ball going in the basket.
His first point of the game, Billy. No assists and 3 turnovers.
Played 43 minutes against Connecticut with 8 assists and just 2 turnovers against a team that played aggressive half-court pressing defense.
That picture of the bench told you that Anthony and Hunter back on the floor now for the Rebs.
Well, Jerry goes back with his regular starting lineup.
Ogman, power underneath. Henderson losing it, but it is picked up by Davis, and Anthony almost stole it, and now Hurley gets it back. They go in deep to Abdelnaby.
Great help from the weak side by Johnson.
The Rebels are flying at the Blue Devils, but that time Abdelnaby putting in the field goal. 8 points for the game. Johnson. And he's fouled. Put it on the board.
And there was a case where a great clear out in the low post for Larry Johnson. Isolated completely down there was Leitner. No help whatsoever. You'll watch him turn and use that tremendous upper body strength to go right at Christian Leitner. There it is, the touch. Backs Leitner off, and despite the disadvantage in size, he gets it off. You cannot afford to not have somebody doubling down on him to make it a little tougher for him to turn and face. Perfect from that line.
The difference in this game from Saturday's semifinals is that Las Vegas came to play tough defense in the first half. They waited until the second half against Georgia Tech. Leitner from the right baseline. That's his first field goal of the game.
There goes Stacy.
There's that high lob. Duke was hoping to prevent it, but they could not.
Great eye contact that time between Greg Anthony and Stacey Augmon. They made the eye contact almost 50 feet from the basket, and Stacey just took off. Total domination here by UNLV on both ends of the floor.
The quickness on defense.
That's the move by Hurley. You got to dribble into the middle of that zone.
And it opened it up for Leitner. 41-27. Las Vegas.
The switch now. Abdelnaby on Johnson.
With a great block.
Brent, we'll see what I was talking about. The eye contact had already been made. There's Stacey Augmon with that tremendous ability of his to glide through the air, and a great catch. Excellent pass by Greg Anthony, who's having a superlative game running the show.
Knocked out of bounds by Davis. As you watch Augmon and the running Rebs tonight, notice how Stacey always comes down the left sideline.
And Hunt down the right to look for the three. Augmon down the left to look for the dunk. Good transition game.
Johnson. Offensive foul is the call.
Larry Johnson really didn't need to take that shot, and he knows it. He's smiling coming up off the floor, and Scurry's going to get him out of there so that he doesn't pick up another foul.
Johnson will come back down the floor with 2 personal fouls. So it will be Johnson still out there. Scurry having checked back in the game. Augmon up front. Anthony and Hunt on that backcourt. Hurley, Henderson, Ricky, Davis, and Henderson. Billy on a 4 for 2.
They switch back to man-to-man. Even though the zone was extremely effective, they switch back to man-to-man.
And the foul goes against Vegas as Scurry came out high. That's number 2.
Jerry Tarkanian's having one of those games as a coach where every move that he makes is turning out successful. He's changed his defenses at the right time. Substitutions have worked perfectly. He's living a charmed life right now. And obviously his players are executing well.
Into the hands of Hunt. Duke continues to struggle.
Scurry alone for the lob. Nobody's picked him up.
Deflected into the hands of Leitner. And lead to Davis. And fouled. He'll shoot a pair, and the field goal would have counted had it gone through.
This may sound crazy, but Vegas, known as the running Rebs, I think if Duke's going to get back in the game, they're going to have to be the running Dukes, because the half-court game not playing into their hands at all. Brent, the ACC has taken over the years 24 different teams to the Final Four, but they've only won 4 championships. Back in '57, Carolina won 1, and then, of course, the great David Thompson team, the great Michael Jordan and James Worthy team in '82, and, of course, Jimmy Valvano's magical year in '83.
Oh, Leitner took a blow right in the face
by a teammate. So when it's going bad, it's really going bad for Mike Krzyzewski's club. Even from the free throw line, where they are very proficient normally.
41-29 is our score.
Good half-court movement by UNLV. And you know who they're looking for. There it is.
With emphasis, Moses Scurry, his first field goal.
Scurry came in from the weak side. Larry Johnson posting up. Everybody was looking at him, and the inside was open. Boy, Anderson Hunt really sitting down on Bobby Hurley. Won't let him penetrate with the dribble.
Deep. Abdel-Nabi for the layup. 10 points.
And there's Hunt going down the right side.
Scurry. Leitner taps it into the hands of Vegas, and Anthony.
I don't ever remember a Duke team having as much adversity. No matter what they do, it goes sour on them. There they had a chance for an easy fast break, and it turned out 3-0 in the other direction.
Leitner turns around, and Abdel-Nabi to put it back, misfiring, and a foul is going to be called on the inside against Johnson.
Brent, I'm really surprised Jerry Tarkanian put Johnson back in the ball game to pick up that foul. You know who altered the shot on Abdel-Nabi? Again, it was the great defensive play by Stacey Augmon.
So with 3 fouls, Johnson sits down right next to Scurry.
There was nothing to gain by having Johnson in the ball game with this little time left in the half, with this big a lead. And UNLV can hold the ball down there to give Duke very little time. There's only 52 seconds left in the half. But this game reminds you a little bit of the way UNLV was having adversity with Georgia Tech in the first half of the semifinal game. They weren't in sync, but they really came out in the second half and played great ball. So that's what Duke will have to do if they expect to get back in this thing.
Clock running down now in the first half.
Makes sense to work it all the way down. If you're Duke now, you don't want a silly foul. You've got the clock as one of your teammates.
It'll be Anthony up over the top with the 11.8 seconds. It'll be Duke's ball.
Mike Krzyzewski wisely gets Hurley in the game with his last 10 seconds. And as crazy as it seems, if Duke were to score here, they'd have it down to 10 points. When you seem like they were, completely out of this ball game.
McCaffrey will be on the floor with Hurley, Kubek, Henderson, and Abdel-Nabi. Hurley tries to drive it through, and McCaffrey comes up, and he is fouled, and this has been a tough night for officials. A couple of them have gone down now.
Great pass by Hurley inside. McCaffrey went back door. Brett, the official that went down is a man named Ed Hightower, who's an outstanding educator, and his dedication to school as well as officiating necessitates that he goes through a full school day, and then when he's going to officiate, goes out to an airport and takes a private plane to the game, flies back after the game so he can be on time for school the next day. One of the real top educators in America. Very dedicated guy.
He's out of Alton, Illinois.
With 6 seconds to go, UNLV has a lot of time, and I'd be looking for Anderson Hunt if I were Greg Anthony, because he's going to be busting out down the right side. Surprisingly, Larry Johnson back in the game.
They want him in there to make the long throw, but instead he hands it off quickly to Anthony, who brings it up. Time for Anthony. He hits it, and we have come to the end of the first half. It has been a Vegas story here. Shark-infested waters in Denver. Take a look at Anthony here, Billy.
Brett, he has had a marvelous first half in every respect.
There's a problem over here.
Excellent shot by Anthony. I don't know why there could be any controversy about the time. Obviously, that had to count.
There should have been no question.
It's on the board.
47-35, the end of the first half. Jim Nance will be coming your way as our coverage will continue after this message and a word from your local station.
CBS Sports coverage of the 1990 NCAA Basketball Championship game is sponsored by the new generation of Oldsmobile, official car for the NCAA Championship. Budweiser, the king of beers. Remember, know when to say when. And by UPS, fast, efficient service to 175 countries and territories worldwide.
We tested in laboratories.
With Mike Francesa. And Mike, what about the performance in the first half by UNLV?
Just a dominating performance both ways, Jim. I thought Bobby Hurley would have to, with a penetration dribble, get it going against the UNLV defense in the half court. He couldn't do that. They shut that down. They got their transition game going. They played a great first half.
Hurley and the Blue Devils did indeed look shaky. 14 turnovers in the first half for Duke. You know, each stop on the road to the Final Four leaves us with a special set of memories. From the major upsets to the smallest details. From the laughter and cheers to the disappointments and tears. Together, they lend this tournament a unique and unforgettable texture.
The unexpected is the expected thing in this tournament. If you ever want to do the thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, this is the tournament to do it in.
Buzzer beater games, the games when emotionally you had satisfied yourself that a game had come to an end, and then all of a sudden, bang, a shot was taken, and the whole game had changed.
Burrell takes the ball, looking inbound, loops it far up court for George, who catches it, turns around, shoots, and he got it! He hit it! He hit the shot! And the Huskies have won it!
You see the ecstatic moments. You captured some great pictures, some ecstatic moments when people have won that buzzer beater, to the looks on faces of people like myself that have been stunned at the last second. Those are memories, those are sights that you can't forget.
I think the best sixth man in this particular tournament has been the timekeeper.
I think the biggest kick I got out of the whole tournament is flashing into the stands and seeing the children of the coaches, the wives, the mothers and fathers, and just the emotions. I probably had as much enjoyment watching as actually the games, and the games couldn't have been any better.
If you look at the ball games they've had, I mean, I've had heartbeats, and I got up a couple times and went in the other room because I got nervous.
I think that we sometimes just forget, though, that these kids are 18, 19, 20, 21 years old, and guys are making shots in the last seconds that mean a lot.
Turner, unable to get inside.
Oh, Doobie.
Are you kidding me? To putting the guy off the bench? He hasn't played in 10 minutes.
If you shuffled the cards again and started the tournament all over again, you'd probably see maybe 4 different teams, at least 3 different teams in the Final Four this year.
You're going to the party, and maybe you have to leave a little early because you said you've been invited, and to take part in one of the greatest fiestas of all time.
Special moment for me. Before I take each left-handed free throw, that's Bo Kimball's moment to think about Hank Gathers.
That is the most memorable. After that, I didn't know or care whether we won the game or not. Never wanted a shot to win more than that left-handed shot.
Still remember this team as a very strong bunch of guys who have the heart of a lion, just like Hank did. And I think that he's touched the lives of a lot of people in America. And they know he's a special person, and I feel real good that I had a chance to know him.
Award-winning director Bob Fishman. Now, unfortunately, Bob cannot be with us tonight because he's back in a New York City hospital battling cancer. I spoke with him this afternoon, and Bob said to tell all his friends that he's feeling much better. Well, Bob, normally on this night, we celebrate your birthday. Since you can't be with us here tonight, we want to send along this very special greeting card.
You can see they've been much more aggressive. Duke has got to push the ball up the floor, both full court and half court, if they expect to get back in it. And if you're Jerry Tarkanian, I'm sure you're going to start whipping your club early here if they take any time to relax. They start off with that tough man-to-man.
Deep to Leitner. Tries to bat it in. And finally it is Johnson coming away from the Rebs, who are now inside of 20 minutes for their first national championship. Foul against Duke. And for Leitner, that is number 3.
And Leitner did not put the ball up tough down on the other end of the floor. He had Larry Johnson beat and out of position and just kind of tossed it up easy.
Ogman taking the inbounds pass. Bricky on him. Butler whips it back to the top, and there is Johnson. That's what he did on Saturday. He hit a 3 against Georgia Tech in the first half, and now it is 50-35.
Jerry Tarkanian probably hoping he misses a couple of those jumpers. The pro scouts are just drooling when he can step outside and hit that one as well as play the low post.
Hunt continuing to keep Hurley on the outside. Now it is Bricky looking in. Abdelnaby fronted by Johnson, so they'll stay at the perimeter. Henderson. That's 10 points for Phil. Clock is stopped as the ball being retrieved.
And Brent, fatigue should not be a factor because both teams rested a lot of people early on. Vegas getting great play out of their bench. Duke just ordinary.
Constant motion in Vegas tonight. Johnson missing. Abdelnaby hands to Hurley. That time he tried to drive it in, and he was more successful. It'll be Henderson, and he has put together field goals.
But that's the answer, and Mike Krzyzewski comes flying off the bench. That's, I'm sure, what he wants his club to do. Force things down inside, even if it's not there. He's got to take some chances.
They were down 16. Now it's back to 11.
Good push. Deep to Butler. Beautiful play.
behind the defense and help not there quick enough. His first field goal of the game for the senior center, David Butler.
You cannot feed the post any better than that.
Abdelnaby. And Leitner being pushed by Butler. These are the deficits Duke has overcome in the tournament. Trailing St. John's. UCLA was close all the way. Came back from a 5-point deficit against Connecticut. And in our Arkansas game, they were down 7.
And Brent, most of those, if not all, were in the second half. But they have to show a different sign of a game in order to give you any confidence they can make the comeback here.
Leitner from the left baseline. Henderson now watching from the sideline. And here's Hunt alone coming in on Leitner, and it'll fall.
Beautifully executed delayed fast break. Butler took the ball right down the center, and Hunt took the wide side.
Leitner with 3 fouls could not jump on him as aggressively as he normally would have. Davis now coming in on the inside. It'll be Johnson with his second 3-point attempt, and he's perfect.
And who would have thunk it that he's going to come down there and stop from about 22 feet and drill 2.
Kubek and Henderson will have to check back in for the Blue Devils. Augment pick up rookie. It'll be Leitner again.
Team's starting to pick up offensively, but Duke just can't stop UNLV now. That delayed fast break is working beautifully.
Off the fake, Johnson able to penetrate, and then the pass. And Butler missing. Abdelnaby gets it into Hurley's hands, but the defense is back.
And Brent, look at the big men from Duke. They did not even cross the top of the key on the far end of the court. Abdelnaby and Christian Leitner were still down at the other foul line on that transition break. Very unusual, and they have to be exhausted. Only 3.5 minutes have transpired in the second half, but they just are out of breath.
Now it is Hill out there with Davis, Henderson, Hurley, and Kubek. Short lineup for the Blue Devils. Down 57-45, 16:30 left in regulation.
A lineup that doesn't match up at all with UNLV.
Anthony fouled him.
Three starters on the bench. Mike Krzyzewski's showing a lot of courage here, but they just couldn't go any further. He had to look down the floor and see 8 players on one end of the court and his 2 big men 60 feet away. You've got to take them out. Greg Anthony, an outstanding young fellow, both on and off the floor, having an outstanding game here tonight. A lot of pressure in the next couple of minutes going to be put on Phil Henderson to score. Now, anytime he's led them in scoring, they're 15-0. He's got 13 right now, so that may break that streak.
A 10-point game. 16-24 in regulation. Hurley picks up Anthony.
Greg Kubek on Butler. He's the man that could get it.
Hunt off the fake. Up over Hurley with the field goal. 14 for Anderson Hunt. Henderson's 3.
Duke doesn't have one tonight.
Out of bounds, Las Vegas. So we'll take a break. 15:56 to go. And running Rebs. 59 to Duke's 47.
Brent, watch here. We've got 5 Duke players all ahead of Anderson Hunt right here, who's going to break down the right side. Butler will occupy the defense by going down the center, and watch how the perfect delayed fast break works. Here comes Hunt, beating him down the floor, and the man that was last in the race ends up first at the gate.
With Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger. 15:50 to go in regulation. It's been all Vegas tonight, and they're up 59-47. Leitner out on Johnson, who puts it on the floor on the dribble and comes up and uses the glass. 18 points now for the big man.
And they go back to the amoeba defense. stretching out to find the man. It's a matchup developed by Buzz Riddle at Pittsburgh.
Nice pass by Abdelnaby, no basket. Foul before the shot. So a reminder that at the conclusion of this championship game, we'll select the Chevrolet players of the game. And in conjunction with the award, Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to the General Scholarship Fund of both the University of Nevada at Las Vegas and Duke.
Still don't have a three.
Knocked away, and Ogman up with it. It's a 3-on-2. Hurley contains him. Cross to Hunt. Here's the three.
Brett, this club has won 20 of 21 games. The only loss is UC Santa Barbara. In that game, Anderson Hunt and Greg Anthony only made 5 of 21 shots from the three-point range. You can see tonight that's not the case at all.
Another turnover. Ogman forces the pace. Finds Hunt on the break. Beautiful.
Timeout, Duke.
$14.49 to a title. Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger. Las Vegas with 9 straight points here at McNichols Arena. They lead at 66-47, and they are dominating all the statistics, hitting 61% and allowing only 47. They have never trailed.
And Brett, they're really getting confidence now. There it is again.
Another steal. It was Ogman. Hunt right down the middle for the layup. 21, and it is a magnificent performance by the University of Nevada at Las Vegas. Whips to Leitner from Hurley. Misses, and that's an indication of how this game has gone. At the other end, it is Hunt bringing it into the pass. Ogman, and it's all the running roads. Krzyzewski will use another timeout. This NCAA tournament, UNLV has scored better than 100 points. Tonight, they needed just 85 to break the tournament's 6-game record. Right now, they're sitting on 70. Billy Packer, they should get that breezing with 14-19 to go the way they have played here tonight.
They have, and they haven't done it by outscoring their opponent on just the offensive end. Their defense has just stifled Duke, taken away every opportunity for Duke to get back in this ball game.
Duke's ball. They've been forcing bad shots.
Mike Krzyzewski on that last timeout has gone back with a team that is very, very small. He only has 2 starters in the game. Bricky and Hurley, the big men, are out of the game.
Difficult to even find an open man. And as you watch the screen, just notice how the white jerseys close in on Duke whenever they get the ball down in low. Coming through 2, and the defense was there again. And now it's into the hands of Butler. Everybody runs the floor right now.
Mike Krzyzewski, in order to keep this somewhat respectable, will have to come back with size.
This is a 15-0 run. Hurley gets inside, whips the pass. And that time, it was number 4 on Ogman.
Well, we thought fouls would be a factor, but when you get a game like this, it's not. There goes Stacey out. Remember the story of the Olympics. Made the squad as the defensive stopper, and then was so disappointed. Left his bronze medal on the bed, never to see it again. I talked to him about the Olympics, and he said even if we win this national championship, it'll never take away the disappointing memories of not winning the gold medal in Seoul. There's a man that has really led things for his club tonight. Greg Anthony. Total domination in this game.
Hurley squeezes through.
What a rebound.
Big man Larry Johnson off with the rebound. 72-47. Hunt hits a 3, and folks, this one's all Vegas.
for me, you know what's unusual? We've had some games in the final championship where I really felt this was the potential for a blowout. You always told me, no, I think they can stay in there. You never made that statement about this one. And I really felt, I honestly felt that this was going to be a very competitive game.
I tend to agree with you, though.
Been a nightmare for Mike Krzyzewski.
Leitner coming through, drew the foul. But when we were out on the West Coast in Oakland, the way they approached the Loyola Marymount game convinced me that the Vegas team really was the squad to beat coming in here to the Final Four. Now, I thought they were very sluggish, and so did you in that first half against Georgia Tech.
Well, in that game, I thought, and they should show respect for Kenny Anderson, but I thought they showed so much respect it took away from their tenacious defensive tendencies that they usually have. But that wasn't the case tonight at all. They went after Bobby Hurley. They took away Duke's half-court offense, and then did it down at their end of the court as well.
And that ends an 18-0 Vegas run here at 13:04, 75-48.
Tark up off that bench, walking up and down, trying to pretend like he's concerned. But for all the adversity that man has had of late, you know he has to be satisfied the way this club's playing.
Yeah, we're going to talk about some of the problems that the Rebels have faced this year and apparently have managed to conquer. Bad pass saved by Hurley. It has been such a struggle when you watch Duke with the ball. And that was Hunt flying at McCaffrey. Kubek getting it back. Davis didn't have it. Leitner battling away on the inside.
First time Leitner has been able to finish one off on the inside.
Hurley out on Stanovich, causing him trouble. And the blocking foul is called. He tried to draw a charge, and Hightower said no way.
Excellent piece of officiating there. Hurley slammed down on the floor, showing his protest. Hightower realizing, hey, that's not a factor in this game. Instead of calling the cheap technical foul, showed good patience here as an official. Now watch this. Hurley will slam the floor if we see it. And Hightower says, no, this is not the time for a technical foul. Good common sense officiating.
Lob deep to Scurry.
We're seeing a clinic. There is no phase of the game that UNLV hasn't outperformed Duke in.
McCaffrey.
That was the play early on against that zone. Drive it down in there with the dribble.
Butler. Fouled by Leitner. And that's number 4. Now you start to wonder how many points can Vegas score in this one. And the most points in a championship game was scored against Duke back in 1964 by UCLA. 98 points.
And Brent, I remember that game so well. That was the outstanding Jeff Mullins club that was going to the Final Four for 2 years in a row. Art Heyman the year before in '63. UCLA with the famed press. John Wooden's first national championship team behind Gail Goodrich and Walt Hazard. It looked like Duke was in control of the game, and all of a sudden the press came on, and they couldn't hold back the Bruins, and it was the beginning of some great basketball history for John Wooden and his program.
Really, with David Butler at the free throw line, Bice has checked back in.
Butler, who last year really struggled from the free throw line, looks so smooth on that one. National Junior College Player of the Year 2 years ago. Jerry has really put together some club here. But they were the consensus pick to be #1 in the nation before it all started, so it's not like this is a surprise.
Henderson. Missing Scurry down with the rebound. Henderson has scored 14 in this game.
You can hear the Vegas fans getting nervous. They want to see Bice hit a 3.
Butler, fouled by Abdel Nabi. Number 2. Well, here is the sound of Scurry. Missing Scurry down with the rebound.
Scurry, one of 4 brothers that have played college basketball. Another outstanding junior college player, came from the national junior college champion, San Jacinto. Picked Vegas because he liked the light show before the game.
And that's Young of Las Vegas committing his first personal foul.
But you know, Young may have set the stage for this game, Brent, when he came in and played perfectly, scored a basket, then hit a three early on. Bobby Hurley sorely disappointed. Everybody knows what happened the other day in terms of his problems with his stomach.
Billy, while we've got a second, we want to send along our best wishes to colleague Hubie Brown, who is recovering in a hospital in Los Angeles. I spoke to Hubie today, and he collapsed prior to our coverage of the Los Angeles Laker game over the weekend and was rushed to a hospital out there, and blood clot was taken care of, and he's feeling much better. Here it is Anthony coming up with a shot. Abdelnaby down with a rebound. 10:50 to go, 79-53, UNLV.
I bet you Duke players think there are 6 Vegas players playing defense on half court against them. There's just a man every passing lane.
There was at least the 6th as Henderson comes back and fouls Anthony, who came up with the steal.
Well, Bice tried to go ahead and set a screen on the defender. Greg probably would have been best to pass the ball back.
Hurley and Thomas Hill back into the lineup for Duke.
See Jerry Tarkanian over there walking that sidelines. Timmy Gergich, his outstanding staff. Interesting, Tark says, I'd never hire an assistant coach that owns a set of golf clubs or a camper. And that assistant group he has over there, I can assure you, don't own either.
To 53 and still 10.5 minutes to go. Hurley hounded by Anderson Hunt. Gets inside him, and Johnson nailed the pass.
And Henderson gets the ball, and there are 2 men on him. This is a great matchup defense.
And Duke just can't get it to fall. Henderson managed to take it away from Young, but coming back up has it stripped.
Johnson's great hands.
Hunt wants the 3. Instead it'll be Johnson coming in now. And traveling is the call. One of the officials is going to call the foul on Johnson, which would have been number 4, but he was overruled by Tim Higgins with the traveling call. And it's 80-53, running Rebs.
You know, Brent, Jerry Tarkanian got great reputation for his man-to-man defense at UNLV. When he was at Long Beach, he played half-court offense and played a lot of zone. Now his clubs can do either. The real aggressive man-to-man, which we saw to start this game, and then the great amoeba zone defense that he runs later. 5-second call. Bobby Hurley tried to pick it up in the first half. Finally gets one.
Billy, you've talked about that 3-point shooting, and Duke 0 of 6 from that range, and the running Rebs are 6 of 10.
Well, the three of the poorest losses that Vegas had all year, their 3-point shooting was down under 24%. That's not the case tonight, obviously. But you can't fault any phase of their game tonight.
The towel in place, not necessary right now.
Jerry wanting a little more movement in his club against this man-to-man.
Johnson.
He is so good inside, putting the ball back up. He comes down on his shots inside when he turns and faces and really squares up to the basket to be in perfect offensive rebounding position. That's why he gets so many of those putbacks.
22 points, 8 rebounds for Larry Johnson. Hunt from the side of Henderson could not stop him that time. Pass inside to Scurry, and he was fouled. Henderson and Abdelnaby were underneath.
Moses is an unusual player on passes like that. He does not have good hands sometimes inside, but for some reason he's able to go ahead and get it when it counts.
That was Abdelnaby, who picked up number 3.
Larry Johnson with that rebound is the season record holder in his first year at UNLV in rebounding, also in free throws made. He's had quite an impact on that team and deserved his consensus All-American pick. Everything's working. We're looking at a 56% free throw shooter that hit nothing but net.
This Rebel defense has forced 19 Duke turnovers here tonight. Henderson still missing from three-point range, and Johnson off with another rebound. Snap pass now to Hunt. Score the triple.
Greg Anthony looks over here and points and said, automatic.
And the record for UNLV with 86 points now, and still 8 minutes to play in this game. It's 86-57. Leitner.
Oh, he hadn't finished anything. Christian Leitner is here.
Anthony coming around with Hurley chasing him as they bring seconds down off the clock now, sensing that a national championship is inside at 7:30, 86-57. Their tremendous defense has set this up. That pass, Hunt could not save it. Over and back, and it goes to Duke. And again, Mike Krzyzewski will try a different lineup.
The reason Jerry Tarkanian is stomping over there is because Moses' job is to stay under the basket. He has no business out there. And Jerry, who likes perfect execution in this semi-delay game, is not going to take it.
Billy, I want to talk about Jerry and his program. The NCAA suspended 6 players earlier for one game for failing to pay hotel incidentals. And what about some of the problems that they have had to overcome with this program?
Well, you know, Jerry brought problems to UNLV when he arrived. The problems were at Long Beach State, where that team was put on probation. He avoided being penalized himself when he moved to UNLV, and I think the NCAA chased him over there, and rightfully so. And they've been chasing him, of course, ever since in the courts. He is presently in a situation involving a further investigation. And I think that Jerry has turned his program in the right direction. And unfortunately, in this particular case tonight, he's going to have a national championship, and I think the program is moving in the right direction. Whether he can overcome the previous problems remains to be seen. Larry Johnson, as a matter of fact, is the only player on this team that has played every game this year because of some of those suspensions.
Now, Tarkanian was ordered suspended for 2 years by the NCAA, and that suit went all the way to the Supreme Court. School star out of New York, but who's had a very troubled recent past, and part of it involved Vegas. Nevertheless, this team on the floor, very well coached, and a player like Larry Johnson is just a remarkable young man, and he has provided some character and leadership for this team. And so not all of what you hear and see with the Shark is bad.
Well, certainly not activities in terms of their practice sessions and the way his team performs.
Johnson, and the putback by Augman, 90-59.
Brett, the Duke club has been demoralized since that tremendous 19-0 run, and they're going through the motions right now. Jerry again showing his ability as a coach, saying the object is to win the game. not to break records here, and that's why you see a much more patient approach to the way they're playing half court.
Great fans in Las Vegas, we should point out. You can hear the noise in the background. They have a lot of them in McNichols here tonight as Sianovich hits the three. Moses Scurry can taste it, folks. 24. And the chant now is Big West, Big West. As Leitner coming up was fouled, and he'll shoot a pair. And that's the conference that the University of Nevada at Las Vegas plays in and normally dominates every year, we should point out, although there were some other good teams in that conference this year.
Very good. UC Santa Barbara, an outstanding ball club. New Mexico State, which was one of the finest games I saw all year. The Tark went down there and lost. Long Beach State with Joe Harrington, who has now moved over to this state, is going to be coaching the University of Colorado.
And Stacey Augmon fouls out. He leaves with 12.7 assists and 4 rebounds, but numbers do not do him justice. The work he does defensively on the floor is magnificent and has been throughout his career.
Brett, I'm not so sure he's not the most talented all-around player in college basketball. When we were talking about the Big West, he was honorable mention all-conference. How about that?
Who voted for that?
MVP of the Western region, but honorable mention all-conference. Johnson showing his versatility, a little four-corner situation here.
Henderson chasing out on Bice. Now Bice putting it down, loses it. Duke's ball. 23 points is the biggest margin of victory ever in an NCAA championship game. And that was when UCLA beat North Carolina 78-55. Now it's 93-64 with 4:13 to go.
Henderson finally buries a three.
Battling inside for that field goal was Jones, and that's his first of the game.
And in the start of the year, before Butler and Moses Scurry were eligible, Jones was the starting center on this club.
Kubek's shot is blocked by Johnson, and it continues for the running Reds.
Larry Johnson just a man among boys in this game.
Before the game, Bice misfiring. And Johnson gets it back, and now Jones with his second field goal. Before the game, Billy, inside the Vegas locker room, you could tell that the players were focused as they sat there in a group. And then Walter Payton came into the room with his son and spoke to the team for several minutes. Each man listened intently as Sweetness told the running Webbs how to stay focused in a game like this, but yet be relaxed at the same time. Not think about it as a national championship game. It's just one more contest to play as they have all season long.
Larry Johnson in the Final Four has exhibited more of other skills that he has than I saw him do all year long. Dribbling to the outside, hitting those three-point jump shots, faking the jumper at the top of the key, driving by.
Even Lois watching this action. She used to yell and scream a lot, and now, of course, she has those rosary beads to help get her through. And the running Rebs are beginning their celebration at 2:43 as Duke will head back home after failing to win a national championship, and that's the 8th time that they have come here.
Brendan, you see Lois up there. It was a great story. She went to Mass the other day, tried to get Jerry to go along, and Jerry was just too busy to go. She gets to Mass, kneels down in the pew, looks over, and there's Mike Krzyzewski, and she said he was praying very hard. Obviously, it didn't work. That lady has been through turmoil during, of course, this NCAA process with her husband. for Jerry on the sidelines, all I can think of is how do you feel when you've got nothing left to prove?
And there is the record. 99 points. Sets a new standard for points in a championship game. 99-66. Still 2:43 to go. It was all of that. Jones gets it into Sijanovich's hands. When you look back as Bice double dribbles, and for Mickey Krzyzewski, the coach's wife, this has been a long night too, watching from the stands here. 99-66.
Well, Brent, there have been 3 different coaches at Duke University have taken their squads to the Final Four, and none of them come away with a victory. Vic Bubas did it twice. Bill Foster in '78 losing to Kentucky. And now Mike.
Hurley misfiring.
And still doesn't have a field goal since the UCLA game.
That's Dave Rice putting one up. Jones can't knock it in.
And for people who think that this Vegas team is going to disintegrate, Tark has probably had his finest recruiting year in a long time for next season, with a lot of these players returning.
Joe Cook with the field goal. And how about the young men from Ball State who are watching this game? How close they came against the Runnin' Rebs. That was a 2-point game. And
Paris McCurdy slipped on the sidelines coming out to what could have been an opportunity to tie or win.
Jones missing, and the ball will go to Duke now as both coaches have cleaned the benches. With Billy Packer, I'm Brent Musburger, and as soon as this Las Vegas championship game is over, we'll be hearing from Coach Jerry Tarkanian and some of the Runnin' Rebs. 99-68, and certainly when we look back to the 80s, that string of remarkable NCAA championship games has come to an end here tonight. Normally, you could always count on this game, as far as a big event was concerned, to turn in the classic close ending. But that has not been the case with this title match. It's been one-handed all the way. One turnover after another by the Duke Blue Devils.
Brent, that's a turnover by Clay Buckley, whose father Jay played on those first clubs that Vic Bubas brought to the Final Four, and it's the first time in NCAA tournament history that a father-son combination have both made it to the Final Four.
Super Bowl this year was a rout won by the San Francisco 49ers. Jones puts one in, and now the Runnin' Rebs are going to wrap this one up. I guess we'll have to count on Buster Douglas to supply a little excitement and give us a little drama here. .29 points for Hunt against the Blue Devils, 19 in the second half. Johnson with 22 points and 11 rebounds. Anthony 13 points and 6 assists. Ogman 12 points and 7 assists.
Brent, as we saw, Jay Billis, Tommy Amaker, 2 assistants at Duke sitting on the sidelines. They know what this feeling is for the fellas they are now coaching, because they experienced it as well against Louisville.
Well, the shark isn't taking a bite, as is written on those T-shirts. He swallowed the whole tuna here tonight. Off into Cook's hands. Davis on his left, and they turn it over again.
Jones wanting to make a fancy play.
Jones hits it. 23 Duke turnovers in this game. 103-70. Score it on the goaltending call. 3 field goals for Davis in this game, and a tough night for that man there.
Who will be going into this summer as the coach of the Goodwill team for the United States, and then the World Championship team as well. So he's got a long, arduous summer to get this out of his system.
Well, Las Vegas, get ready.
That town won't be jumping tonight, will it?
You're about to have your first NCAA championship. Only 10 seconds to go now. 103.72.
Tark puts the coat back on. You know, Brent, this will be the first team from the Pacific time zone that has won a final championship since UCLA way back in 1975. Man has built some program. Not without controversy. Well, Brent, you've covered a million sporting events. Have you ever seen one where a team at this level has dominated in every facet of the game?
Yeah, the 49ers.
Well, yeah, that was
the Broncos.
Right.
That was a clinic down in New Orleans.
Yep.
Lost it, and coming back is Hurley. But this night belongs to Las Vegas. First ever national championship in 3 years. That's winner. 103.73. UNLV. So we'll come back. We'll hear from Jerry Tarkanian and some of the running Rebels in just a moment.
Jerry, I want to ask you one thing. With all your problems that you've had at UNLV, you have stayed with it. Did you ever think about quitting and walking away as a coach?
No, I love UNLV. I love what I'm doing. And I'll tell you, this win is for the kids, but it's mostly for the great people in the state of Nevada. The whole state supports us, and I'm just so happy for them.
Jerry, Billy Packer's got some of your great players.
Well, Brent, I don't think any guy typifies this club any more than this guy right here. Greg Anthony, tremendous performance tonight. Even with the wired-up jaw, you've led this ball club for a long, long way.
Well, it was a great year, and I'm just proud to be a part of this team, this community, and the university. You know, we've had a lot of hard times this year, but we've all stuck together. You know, we've been a team and a family, and I'm just so proud. You know, I don't have any other words.
Larry, you had a ball game tonight where it eventually got to be a man among boys. Everybody in your club played well. You showed us some things in the Final Four we haven't seen before. Where does that 23-foot jumper come off the break?
That comes from Tim Gerkers working with me every day after practice shooting it. And they really just helped me develop my game and my jump shot. And the team and the coaches and the fans deserve all the credit for this win today.
And Anderson Hunt, you were the Chevy player of the game. I know Jerry over there, every time you start the ball game and see you two guys get hot, he says this baby's over, but you got hot early.
Yeah, Greg gave me the ball at the right time, and unfortunately my shot was falling.
Congratulations. Tremendous game.
All right, now let's go to James Brown.
Yeah, boy, we number one.
Thank you very much. Mike Krzyzewski, I know that coming into this, your fourth Final Four, second title game, you felt comfortable that this just might be your year.
Well, I think if you don't feel that way, then you'll never have a chance. But our team was overmatched today. UNLV played a great basketball game. They're more athletic than we are, but they never let down. They never let down, and they play championship caliber ball, and they're better than we are, especially when they're playing like that. So I'm proud of my basketball team. I think they had an incredible year, but there's no way we're going to beat them tonight.
Emotionally, you tried to fire your team up at halftime with the tongue lashing. Do you think your guys were in awe of UNLV at the first half?
I think I don't know if it was just UNLV or the whole circumstance, but I think it was their defense pushed us out, and they knocked us back on our heels. At halftime, I thought we collected ourselves pretty good, but then we missed an easy shot, and then they never let down. You know, you're hoping at that point that maybe UNLV might let down and we get back in the game. Instead, they were better, and they never gave us an opportunity to get back into the ball game.
Let me tread lightly, but ask the question. Any weight you feel, any additional weight not having won it again?
Oh, no. If we would have lost the one-point game tonight, you know, then that would be different. I'm very proud of my team. Our team gave us a magnificent season, and we lost to the best team in the country playing at their best. And more so should be given credit to just Jerry and his kids. Boy, Johnson and Augman and Anthony were men tonight. I mean, well, their whole team, but Johnson and Augman are two of the best players in the country, and they're class kids. I think their program gets a little bit of a bad image, and they have great kids, and those two guys epitomize the class that they have.
No one doubts your ability and the success you've had at Duke. Congratulations,
Thanks,
Mike.
James. Thanks.
All right, let's go back upstairs to Jim Nance.
All right, James, another fiendish Final Four for the Blue Devils. 8 times Duke has been to the Final Four without bringing home the crown. Running Rebels, a 30-point blowout. Biggest blowout in championship game history.
And now for the individual awards.
This is a night that belonged to the Running Rebels, and that's the way it should be. But as you know, this was my last assignment for CBS. After 22 years with the television network, radio network, and the stations, and I have had an opportunity to work with some of the greatest directors, producers, technicians in the world, not to mention analysts like my good friend Billy Packer. Billy, we have shared some great memories.
Well, we saw a great champion here tonight. It's been an honor for all of us to work with a great champion of broadcasting.
Billy,
I appreciate it.
Folks, I've had the best seat in the house. Thanks for sharing it. I'll see you down the road. Now let's send you to Jim Nance.
Brent, I just want to add, thanks for tonight. Thanks for everything. We're all going to miss you, and we certainly wish you the best. And as we leave you folks tonight, we'd like to pay tribute to all the talented and dedicated individuals who have helped us make our way along the road to the Final Four. And then, in keeping with our tradition, one final look at a tournament full of shining moments.
ball is hit. There you are. You're running for your life. You're a shooting star, and all the years no one knows just how hard you worked, but now it shows. In one shining moment you reached deep inside. One shining moment you knew you were alive. the beat of your heart, feel the wind in your face. It's more than a contest, it's more than a race. Win or lose, you always did your best, 'cause inside you knew that one shining moment you reached for the sky. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment you were willing to try. One shining moment you knew. One shining moment.
When choosing a new car, don't compromise. Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme SL is longer and
FM 93.1 KEYV The Key. Unique music heard here and nowhere else. Philadelphia Freedom, where FHA and conventional loans are processed in 14 days.
Everybody, welcome to a one-hour special Eyewitness News special presentation, A Year of the Rebel. I'm Jerry O'Lennon. We're going to take a look back on a championship season. Well, the bad boys of basketball showed the nation just how good they can be tonight as the UNLV Runnin' Rebels won the 1990 NCAA championship. The Rebels dominated Duke in every way, from the opening tip-off to the final buzzer. The final score, UNLV 103 and Duke 73. From the beginning, the Rebel defense took Duke out of its game, and the Blue Devils were never able to recover. Our Scott Higgins and Gary Waddell are at Nichols Arena in Denver for the game. They join us now.
We are. Thank you, Jerry. It's amazing. We're starting to see the first, this is really the first batch of Rebel fans we've seen, because they've sort of stayed inside the arena to savor the victory, sort of. I can't hear myself thank here, but check this. We've got the T-shirt. There you go.
They're already out, the T-shirts. It only took about 5 minutes. You saw the players wearing them, and now you can get a UNLV National Championship T-shirt.
There you go.
You might not have thought it was possible at the beginning of the season, but here it is, and you got it.
You know, Scott, I thought when they missed the shot off the opening tip that was when it turned around.
I would have to agree. The turning point. Duke won the opening tip. They went down, they couldn't score, and after that it was all UNLV's game. It wasn't very exciting, but I don't think the Rebel fans cared. They are national champs.
2 hours.
UNLV is the national championship school. Las Vegas is the national championship city. Jerry Tarkanian, the national championship coach. Let's take a look now at the highlight. The inside game looks physical early. Larry Johnson steals. He will go down court and give it to Greg Anthony for 3, and the Rebels had the early lead. Now watch LJ take the pass from Stacey Augmon. Scores, draws the foul. 6-2 Rebels. More physical play. Augmon drives and decks Bobby Hurley. Sit down, chump. Rebels up 13-8. Defense now. Anderson on off the steal, gets up. Next play, Augmon takes it in off the steal. 18-11 Rebels. Next play, Augmon goes down and decks the official right there. Now UNLV was able to sub early. Barry Young drills the 3. 30-17 Rebels. Stacy Sianovich had a little bit better game tonight. Dives for the loose ball. Duke looking very lethargic at this point. Now Augmon continue to amaze. The alley-oop right there, and then more strength off the bench. Big Moses Scurry slams it home. 43-29 Rebels. The Rebel backcourt was too quick for Duke. Greg Anthony steals and stuffs. UNLV by 16. Final seconds of the half. Anthony beats the buzzer. Rebels by 12 at halftime, 47-35. Second half, LJ for 3, 50-35. Then Hunt drives. Look at this guy. Put up the 3 right there. Rebels up 64-47. Watch the slam right here now by Stacy Augman. That's a drive, rather. Rebels up 70-47. There's the Augman slam. And the Rebels just coasting at this point. Moses knows it's over, doesn't he? Here we go. There's a Duke highlight. Christian Leitner misses the dunk. That's about all you can say about Duke tonight. Then Hunt goes scoop to loop for 2. 88-59. How about Stacy Sianovich now for 3? The senior scores. Final seconds now. Duke will steal. But who cares, right? After the shot. Here we go. Duke getting the steal right now. Do we care that Duke got a steal? Because the Rebels are national champs 103-73.
Quite a scene, McNichols Arena, Denver, Colorado.
They're still celebrating, aren't they? I've never seen a scene like this. It's amazing.
I've got a couple of Rebel fans here with me. President Bob Maxson, what do you think?
What can I say? It's just absolutely wonderful. What a magnificent game they played.
Can you believe they did it by 30 points?
It's, I understand, the largest margin in NCAA history, the most points scored in a tournament in the finals in NCAA history. This bunch of kids deserved it. Great coaching job, great play. Wonderful moment in the history of UNLV. Another milestone in the history of that young university.
You think the schools will be standing when we get back?
Hey, I don't know. T&M may be gone when we get back. I don't know, but it's just a great moment in the history of the school. It really is.
You're not going to change your mind and cancel classes or anything tomorrow?
No. Academics are first, basketball second. There will be school tomorrow.
What does this do for the school? What kind of a big win like that?
All right, I'll tell you what it does. This opens a very large window to a national public. These young men opened that window. That's incumbent upon us during this next year to let the nation see just how good a school UNLV is, because all year the spotlight will be on UNLV. These handful of youngsters in Coach Tarkanian opened that window for us, and now what we've got to do is show the nation what a good school we really are.
Steve Wynn, you gave the Rebels a pep talk a couple of weeks ago, and it seems to have hung on.
Well, look at what these guys had, they brought to the stadium with them. They didn't need a pep talk from anybody, but what's really wonderful is to see guys that know they're the best to get ignite with that kind of ferocity, and in effect just turn around the way they did it today and say, okay, America, any damn questions? We put all the boys' names and the coach's name up on all our electric signs tonight. We'll leave them there. Somebody did a sweet moment.
I remember on one of your hotels one time it said, we're going to make Las Vegas famous. Maybe it's the Rebels now.
You bet it's the Rebels.
This is the
Pleasure.
Rebels'
It's been a sweet moment.
Night for the Rebels.
Elaine is bananas. Everybody's bananas. Rick Barry came over during the halftime and said this is the most ferocious group of guys. When they're on their game, they've got that rare moment when athletes know and they're certain, they're not no bravado, where they're certain of their own superiority and dominance. And when a team or a human gets that way, you see this real ecstasy come over them. And that's what we saw today. It's a fantastic thing. I'll never forget it as long as I live.
And thank you guys for the wonderful coverage. You really gave it wonderful coverage.
We tried our best. Bob Maxson, there are about probably 15,000 people in the Thomas and Mack watching this right now. Any messages to the folks back home?
Let me tell you what, we're just so proud of everyone back home. The fans stuck with this ball club. We had some adversity in the early part, but let me tell you something, Gary. People don't always see it, but in every case, the university acted right and the youngsters acted right, and I submit the overcoming of that adversity was one of the strengths of the team at the end. We did what was right when we had problems. We did what was right.
Bob Maxson, Steve Wynn, thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
There you go. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
All right, you guys, thank you very much. Well, not all of the excitement for tonight's game was in Denver. There was plenty of cheering right here in Las Vegas, most of it at the Thomas and Mack Center, where thousands of people packed in to watch the game. Our Brian Gresh was among the many loyal fans at the T&M. He joins us now with their reaction. Brian?
loyal fans who are not hoarse. But before we talk to you about the Thomas and Mack fans, we have to go back to Denver for a moment to take up the live news conference. We'll be back.
Oh, we played about as well as we're capable of playing. I couldn't be any more proud of the team. I just thought they just played so great. I thought the first 10, 12 minutes of the game, our man-to-man defense was just so excellent. And then Larry picked up 2 fouls and Greg picked up 2 fouls. And we played a little bit of the amoeba the first half. It wasn't real good. Second half, we came out and started our man-to-man defense. And we scored just about every time down floor, and they were scoring. And Larry picked up his 3rd foul. Greg picked up his 3rd foul. And that's probably the best thing that happened to us, because when they picked up their 3rd foul, I went back to our amoeba, and our amoeba just destroyed them. I thought we had a streak there of about 10 minutes when we were in the amoeba that we got a lot of steals and turned them all into fast break buckets. It was a great game on our part, but I still want to give Duke a lot of credit. They played a game the way I like, the way we like. They're an outstanding team, and this game was no reflection on their team. We just played a great ball game, and the ball came our way. We'd get a deflection and we'd pick it up and turn it into a layup. It was just one of those games that you dream about, and I'm just as pleased as I can be.
We'll start with just a question to Anderson Hunt, who was the most valuable player in this tournament. Anderson, was this the best basketball game you have played?
No, this was one of them.
This is the best big game he's ever played. Let's put it that way.
Okay, right over here, Eddie.
Coach, is this the best defensive performance you've ever had a team put on?
Well, we played some real good defense. I tell you, we had a period there in the second half where our defense couldn't have been any better. They couldn't get a good shot, and they're a good basketball team. They pass it well. They got good people. They're well coached, and yet they couldn't get a shot for a long time. It's for periods of time it was probably as good as it can be. But I think in the 6 games that we played in the tournament, I think this is the only team. I don't think they've averaged anywhere near 40% in the 6 games. We played pretty good defense throughout this tournament.
Yes, right here.
Coach, given what you've gone through personally, some turmoil and so forth, give me a feeling of what this means to you personally, to finally win the trophy, have the NCAA give you the championship trophy and put it in your hands. What does it mean personally in terms of your career and your standing?
Well, it was just great. It was, I really did not want to accept the trophy. I wanted our athletic director to do it, but they said I had to take it first, so I took it and gave it to him. But I wanted to make a point that was not the big thing with me. The big thing with me is we have great fans, just unbelievable fans, and this game meant so much. This tournament meant so much to the people in the state of Nevada, and particularly in Las Vegas, and it meant a lot to the team. But I think probably the greatest satisfaction is that our kids played so well for people that just absolutely it means so much to them. Nevadans get knocked a lot, and I think the fact that they're champions, this is a big event. I know our city will be going wild. Right? I'm sure they're going crazy right now.
Yes, in the back.
Coach, I'd like to pursue that a little bit further. With all due respect, how you can be so calm up there is truly amazing. Is this for you? Is this not sweet revenge?
It's not revenge. It's sweet. I don't look at revenge. Obviously you want to win. You want to win the tournament. I never felt that I could ever win the tournament. I never think like that. I wasn't a great college player. I didn't play at a great university. I didn't. I never was coached at a big-time program. It was just an unusual thing. A series of circumstances have happened, and fortunately, we got out and won one here. But it's not something I planned. Usually guys who win this played at big-time programs under big-time coaches, but you look where I've never been at a big-time program. UNLV, I think, is turned into one now, but I don't think it was many years ago. And one thing, I've never been an assistant coach. I started as a high school coach, and as a head high school coach, went to a head junior college job, and then where I'm at now.
Right up front.
Coach, I'd like to get you to respond to something Coach Krzyzewski said. He said, I think it's the best a team has ever played against me. I'm just in awe of what they did out there tonight. Could you respond to that, and also, is it the best a team of yours has played?
It's certainly one of the best. I mean, we've had some games where our teams have played extremely well. I would imagine this is the best, certainly with all the pressures of the championship on the line, to come out and play the way we played was absolutely incredible. And, you know, I've said all along, I said ever since I got here, in fact, I said when we went to Big West tournament, I absolutely love these kids. They're just an incredible group of kids. They just rise to the occasion and play so well. And you know, for them to come out and play a game like this today was just tremendous. I told Greg just in the back room right there, you turn the clock back to the Fresno State game when he broke his jaw and Butler twisted his knee and bites that chicken pox. We all thought our season was going down the drain then. And look where we've come now. It's just like a fairy tale. You know, we were just so fortunate, so blessed to be here.
Yes, in the back, Sam.
Coach, you promised me after the Western Regionals that you would just tell me how good is this team compared to any UNLV team you've had.
This got to be the best team UNLV's ever had, without a doubt. There can be no question. No question, but it's always better to say it after the tournament's over.
Okay, up front.
Yes, this is for Greg. I'm sure you've watched the tournament in the past 5-10 years or so, seen close games and that sort of thing, where the team that left was the national championship, but some doubt about whether or not they were the best team. Do you feel that you guys established tonight that without a doubt you were the best team?
Well, I mean, we think we're a great team, but to say we're the best team, I don't think you can, because I mean, I think we just played really well, and Duke had a real poor shooting night, and they didn't play as well as they're capable of playing. I mean, you know, it would be different if both teams played great and we won by 30. Then I could say that. But, you know, you got to take into consideration that they weren't on the top of their game. But I just feel fortunate, and we feel like we were one of, if not the best team, and I guess you'd have to say we are, since we are the national champs.
Okay, in the back.
Phil Henderson talked about you spotting up real quick, quicker than he's ever seen you do that for threes. Did you consciously think about that before the game? What was your offensive game plan going into it?
Well, I was really concentrating on Bobby Hurley. I wasn't really concentrating on my offensive game, but, you know, fortunately I hit the open shots, and Greg would set me up well.
All right, over here.
I just wanted to ask the players, you guys won the NCAA championship with the most points ever scored, the biggest margin of victory, the most steals. And I wanted to ask each one of you what it felt, and also Larry Johnson about his 2 3-pointers. And is he the next Reggie Miller?
Okay, we'll start with Larry Johnson.
I know I'm not the next Reggie Miller. Them 3-pointers, just a credit to Coach Tim Gergwich, who really helped me out during the year. I mean, staying after practice and just shooting threes. And you know, he really helped me out with that, and he just deserves all the credit for that. And as far as the records that we set, I mean, that's just a reflection on the team. I mean, I think Anderson played just about the best ball game he could play. He was on defensive end, he was on offensive end, and I mean, when we get out on the break, we just love it. Greg does a great job of just looking for Anderson, and once he finds Anderson, Anderson knows what to do with the ball.
All right, Greg Anthony.
Well, honestly, I mean, it's great to have all those records, but for me, it just, I thought after we won the semifinals, I didn't really have like an overjoyed feeling, like in a press conference. I said, well, if we win it all, I know I'll be thrilled. And, honestly, I am, but it still kind of hasn't sunk in yet. And it just, I don't really feel anything, to be honest. I mean, I'm not really overjoyed. Maybe when we get back home and see all of our fans and the support, then it'll sink in. But right now, I just, I'm like kind of just not in it right now.
And finally, Anderson Hunt.
Well, I feel that whether we won by 30 points or 1 point, we still national champions, and it's great.
Okay, back over on the right.
Anderson, how does it feel to win the Most Outstanding Player Award, and how does this compare to last year when you hit the winning shot against Arizona?
Well, it feels great being the MVP, but I really not thinking about last year's shot. I'm trying to concentrate on this national championship.
Okay, up front.
For Anderson, Greg, and Larry, all the talk about evil versus good, did that make this an easier game to prepare for? Did that have any impact on you?
Anderson?
No, it didn't. We knew what we had to do coming into the game. We was a national championship game, and whether how you sum it up, it was on paper national championship game, not good guys versus the bad guys game.
Greg?
Oh, we didn't even think about that. I mean, the way we saw it was we had a great team. Duke has a great team. Both deserve to be here, and the winner would be national champs. The good guy, bad guy thing is a figment of the media's imagination.
And Larry?
I feel, the media and the press is going to call us whatever they want to call us. And, I mean, you can call us bad guys. You can call us...
National champs.
What was it? What did they call us the other day?
Thugs.
You can call us thugs. You can call us all that. But at the end, put that on there, too. We appreciate it just for us to put national champs on there.
Just a quick interruption. Anyone who needs a box score of facts needs to check in at the back of the room. Okay, in the back.
Question to the players. Aren't any of you amazed that you won this game by 30 points?
Greg, you want to take that?
I mean, I'm not trying to discredit Duke, but I don't know. It really hasn't sunken in. Maybe because, we really haven't, read a lot of the media and been involved, with the exception of the press conferences. So unless you read all that stuff, then I guess it would sink in. But right now, we've won the game. It feels great. It feels better than say, if we had a loss. But the margin of victory is not really, that thrilling. I mean, I'm just glad to win. But like I said earlier, honestly, it just hasn't sunk in yet.
Okay, over here, Wendell.
Yeah, this is for Larry and Greg. Duke cut the lead to about 10 points there early in the second half, and you guys went on an 18-0 run and just blew the game wide open. Did you all sense that was kind of a key point for you all as far as, they had sort of made a little bit of a run, or and what happened when you guys, how were you all able to get that run going and score 18 straight?
Okay, Larry?
All through the game, we really wasn't distracted by anything. And when they cut the game to 10 at that point, we just huddled up like we usually do on free throws and just told each other to tighten the vice and just keep going and just keep playing your hearts out.
Greg?
Yeah, the streak was a cause of our defense, and I guess, after you have an 18-0 streak, I guess it would kind of tell you that maybe you are in control. So, we kind of felt real good when we looked up and saw we were up 28. It's a pretty good feeling.
Okay, in the back.
Jerry, I understand that the city of Las Vegas is having a big parade for the Las Vegas Rebels team. Are you going to be their coach, or are you going to go to Oklahoma or Nebraska or someplace to do a clinic?
No, I'm supposed to go to Tulsa tomorrow morning to make a video, but I don't know. I just got to see what I could do on that. I kind of want to go home. Our Thomas and Mack Center was full the last 2 days. Our town is really behind the team, and so I'll just have to wait when I get back to the hotel, find out what I got to do.
Okay, right up here.
Coach, did you go to the towel?
I can't even remember. I know I started on the towel, but I think through most of the game, I can't remember. I don't know. I really don't know when I use the towel most of the time. I really don't. It's not a planned thing. It's just something that I do.
Okay, in the back.
Coach, people make a lot about the defensive prowess of Indiana, and they talk about some of these other teams having great defenses. UNLV is known as the running Rebs. Do you think finally now, and Coach K alluded to this, that you will get your just due as one of the very best defensive coaches in the history of college basketball, which you really deserve?
Well, thank you. I don't know. That's up to... I know the coaches all like our defense because I speak at a lot of clinics, and that's what they always have to speak on. That and our kids playing hard, but the media sometimes hasn't figured that out yet. But I think the last 8 years, we really believe, whether it's true or not, I'm not saying it's true, but we believe, and our coaches all believe, that we played the best defense in the country the last 8 years. We think us and Duke have the last 8 years.
Okay, Mark?
Larry, yesterday Coach Starkanian said that you've had that trailing three-pointer on the fast break at the top of the key open all year, and you've probably taken about 30 of them in 39 games. What caused you to take those two in the second half tonight?
Well, Coach really gets mad at me if I hesitate for a second or two and take it, simply because I miss it. If I just go straight up and shoot it, I normally makes it. So I knew it was open in the first half. I was coming down a couple of times on it, and I knew it was open, but I just wasn't thinking about shooting, and I just kind of put in my mind that the second half, if I come down it's open, I was just going to pull up and take it, and I did it a couple of times, and fortunately it worked for me.
All right, in the back.
Yeah, Coach Tarkanian, can you comment on Johnson's play?
Well, Larry's play is always great. He took those shots today because it was a big game. If it was an easy game, he wouldn't have taken those shots, even if he could make them. It was a big game, so he took them and he hit them. Larry is just such a great player. He's such an unselfish player, and I think a guy who really has been overlooked. I I don't think he's overlooked, but I don't think he gets the credit as Greg Anthony. I think he's emerged as one of the great guards in the country. I think people don't realize the great job he does defensively also. Gets his hands on so many passes. He frustrates his man so many times, and has just been a great leader for us.
Okay, up front.
Thanks for answering my question, Coach.
Okay,
That's what I was
well,
asking
Larry's
about
great.
Greg, but I do have one for Larry. Your interior post defense, they're up 16-11. They tried to throw the ball over you twice. I kind of thought that set you guys going because you got 4 straight steals. Will you talk about your role right there?
Well, I knew I was on the big guy, and he's a great, post player down low. And coach was just telling me to just keep fronting him. And so
Anderson, you had some amazing streaks in this tournament. I think in the first game you scored 7 of 9 quickly down the stretch. In the first half you had 6 in a row quick. Then you scored 12 of those 18. Can you describe, is that a normal way you play? You just get explosive, the guys want to give you the ball, and you want it?
Yeah, you can say that, but I credit the fellas for that. Our defense brings a lot of offense, and unfortunately we got a few breaks and a couple of fast break buckets.
Over here.
For all 3 players, when did you know that they had given up?
Larry.
Duke is a great ball club, and they have their tradition of winning, and I never thought Duke gave up. They played hard right down to the end. I thought the game was over at about 2 or 3 minutes to go in the game, but I never thought Duke gave up.
Greg?
Yeah, I think that's a credit to their program. It's similar with Loyola. I mean, I recall we were up, 35 points or what have you with a couple minutes to go. I mean, they were playing as hard as when they were down 35 as they were when they were down 2 or what have you. And the same thing with Duke. I mean, they never gave up, and that's just a credit to their program. And, we like to think if we were in that position, which, we hope we never are, we would never give up because, that's just our attitude is to never say die.
In the back.
Larry, now that you've done the national championship, what besides your degree is there left to do?
Another one.
Back to back. Back to back.
Live from Denver, Colorado, Larry Johnson, Anderson Hunt, Greg Anthony, and head coach Jerry Tarkanian of the national champion Runnin' Rebels talking with the press. We'll be back to talk with them some more, and we'll also be going to the Thomas and Mack and Brian Gresh to talk to the Rebel fans and their reactions to tonight's big victory, and we'll also look back on the Rebel season and how they made it to the championship game tonight, so don't go away.
We have Stacey Ogman with us, and how does it feel right now, big guy? Tell us about it.
It feels great, I really can't explain how I feel because it was the ultimate feeling, and only through feels the way we do, and it just feels great.
But to win it the way you won it, you won this thing going away.
Yeah, we won it going away, but we didn't expect that. I was looking for Duke to run on us, and which they never did, fortunately for us.
Your defense, people have been singing the praise of the Runnin' Rebel defense all season long, all tournament long, and today you really turned it on, and you got transition points, and you had an 18-0 run there in the second half that just nailed down the coffin lid.
Yeah, we came out, at halftime, we were in the huddle that they were going to come after us, and Larry said, forget that, let's go after them. So we really tucked in, tightened the knife, and went after them, We really felt good. Anderson was filling the plays off, and it's been fast break, and he was great, pitcher with his team.
So Larry Johnson made the call. He kind of told you guys to pick it up a notch, huh?
He made the call, and everyone agreed with him and did it. It's one thing agreeing and don't do it, but we agreed with him and did it.
What about the play of Anderson Hunt? Shut Bobby Hurley down, took away the penetration of the point guard there for Duke, and then filled it up with some points.
Oh, yeah, he was awesome tonight. He was awesome. He did a great job, and, it really makes me feel bad. He went into a slump earlier this season, and writers were downfall him, but I told the press in Oakland that, put your money in Anderson because he's going to come around, and he did it, so I won the bet, I guess.
A couple of minutes ago at the press conference, Larry Johnson said, you can call us renegades, you can call us thugs, but you can call us the national champions. We'd also appreciate that.
Believe that.
Yeah. What about the whole thing, though, about the bad boys versus the good boys? Was there a bit of a chip on your shoulder today when you took the court saying, we got something to prove here?
It wasn't something to prove, they perceive us as the bad boys, but people people that do that really don't know us, you know, don't know us personally, don't know our team, don't know the program. They just go with everyone, you know, that quote, you know, I heard about, you know, I heard this, I heard that. It's just a lot of stuff that people heard and they just pass it on, you know. They really should really look into our program, look into the guys before they, you know, talk about us or say anything.
On a personal note, basketball teaches you how to deal with victory and defeat. You tasted defeat in the Olympics. Does this kind of sweeten the victory for a national championship at the college level?
It sweetens a little bit, but it doesn't take nothing from the defeat over in Seoul, because it was a horrible feeling, and I don't want to go through that anymore. And it's kind of sweetening, but I don't look back that far, you know, in basketball, because, you know, I have a lot of life ahead of me and I have to look forward.
Folks were talking and asking, inquiring of Coach and your teammates in the press conference that we just heard, is this the best running Rebel team that's ever been playing out there? What do you think? You've been with this program. Is this the best group of guys, of family, players, everything together, gelled as one?
I haven't only been here 3 years, but the 3 years I've been here, I think this is the best team we have. You know, of course we won it, and that says a lot.
I know you had to win this for yourselves, but I would have to think you won this for Coach Tarkanian as well, knowing all the stuff that he has gone through in the past years with the NCAA.
Yeah, we said in the lobby, Miller's talking, let's win this for Tark, because they've been getting a lot of stuff, and he hasn't won anything. And the only thing that me and Larry have won is the overseas this summer, and that was in Duesenberg. And we was walking around, you know, hugging each other and said we international and national champs, man. And we was laughing about that.
How about this? Are you guys both going to go back next year?
Oh, yeah. No, not this summer. No, we're going to travel.
No, I mean, are you going to go back to UNLV next year?
Oh, yeah. Of course.
Not going to jump? Not going to jump ship?
Not at all.
Oh, that's going to make...
You better not leave me.
Larry wasn't taking those threes in the second half to show the NBA he can shoot those guys?
No, he can shoot it. He can shoot it, no doubt about it. He did all something.
With you two back there, you got to be talking about repeat, perhaps, huh?
Yeah, that's a thought. You know, we have a great recruiting class also coming in. We got guys coming in that can do the job also.
All right, Stacey Ogman, again, congratulations. Thank you very much for stopping in and joining us.
Thanks a lot.
And we're going to go ahead and pitch it right back now to Ed and Bill. Guys?
Oh, you guys
do this, big guy.
All righty, Terry and Wally, thank you very much. For Bill Pito, I'm Ed Berliner. We're out of here. Kevin Christopher and Kerry Ross are next with the highlights and a whole lot more on the Final Two and UNLV. Good night, everybody.
Starts at the Union Plaza, makes its way down Fremont, then along the strip up to Harmon, I believe it is, then down to Harmon to the Thomas and Mack. The big UNLV homecoming celebration for the Rebels will take place after that here at the T&M. Tickets have already been passed out, something like 16,000 tickets for that. So it may be over for this evening, but the party is still going to be going on for quite a while. Reporting live from the Thomas and Mack, Brian Gresh, Eyewitness News 8.
I think the partying is going to be going on for at least another year, Brian.
I think maybe you're right, Jerry O. It's quite something out here. I don't think I've ever seen anything like it.
It's very much, Brian. All right, as Brian told you, the parade will be at 6 o'clock tomorrow. It'll begin at Union Plaza. Now, we've had a lot of calls, people wondering whether or not the Rebels can be greeted at the airports. No, there will be no homecoming at the airport. They will be taken on a bus and taken directly to Union Plaza to begin the parade, which again begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow, beginning at the Union Plaza, running down the strip and down Tropicana, up to Tropicana Avenue. Well, still to come, a look back at what can only be described as the year of the Rebel. We'll look back at highlights and some of the lowlights, so don't go away.
Plus, each issue is packed with...
The Runnin' Rebels are this year's national champions, and there was no stopping them.
Well, I tell you, the city of Denver does know a thing or two about blowouts. Tonight they hosted one. They led the league in suspensions and controversy, and their coach battled the NCAA for 13 years. They could still face NCAA penalties in the future for the recruitment of high school star Lloyd Sweet Pea Daniels. Monday night, they put together a 19-0 run in the second half that turned Duke's Blue Devils into Rocky Mountain mush. They are the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, and they are the 1990 national champions. Let's go to Denver, McNichols Arena. The culmination of March Madness, and UNLV came out with that great tight defense. Watch Stacey Ogman rejecting Robert Brickey, and the tone was set early on. Then Ogman turns defense into offense. First the steal, then the one-man fast break, the slam. UNLV leads 21-11. Meanwhile, Duke's struggling. Bobby Hurley throws up the brick. And Coach K sensing this wasn't going to be his night. Before the half, Runnin' Rebs really opened it up. Greg Anthony, the alley-oop to Ogman, 16-point bulge. That picture tells the story. Second half, no change. Anderson Hunt comes up with the steal and drills the triple. More frustration for Duke. Christian Leitner misses the easy one. And that starts the break going back the other way, and they do it as good as anybody. Hunt to Augman for the high percentage shot. UNLV just on cruise control. The Duke fans deflated. UNLV just was too much on this night. The final, in the final two, UNLV 103, Duke 73. Duke is now 0 for 8 in the Final Four and joins another ACC school, North Carolina, for the record in championship losses with 4. Let's go to the totals. High scorers for UNLV, Anderson Hunt, 29 points. He was the tournament MVP. Larry Johnson had 22 tonight with 11 rebounds for Duke. The senior, Phil Henderson, led the way with 21. Now UNLV has passed the 1964 UCLA Bruins for most points scored by a championship winner, 103. The previous high was 98 by John Wooden's first national championship team, and the team on the short end of that score was Duke. The 30-point margin of victory was also the biggest in tournament history and the third time that UNLV leveled a tournament opponent by 30 points. 571 total points by Nevada, Las Vegas, a tournament record. And the last time Duke gave up 100 points in regulation, it was in 1983 against Virginia, a 109-66 loss. Post-game, here's Jerry Tarkanian, the winning coach.
I absolutely love these kids. They're just an incredible group of kids. They just rise to the occasion and play so well. And you know, for them to come out and play a game like this today was just tremendous. I told Greg just in the back room right there, you turn the clock back to the Fresno State game when he broke his jaw and Butler twisted his knee and Bice had chicken pox. We all thought our season was going down the drain then.
Mr. Payne, he had broke his neck. You know, he's doing much better now. You know, I'm gonna give it to my mom, and you know, whatever she want to do it, she can hang it on her neck or whatever. You know, every team we play, they name them as the good guys. You know, all the good guys, Duke the good guys, Georgia Tech the good guys. But you know, every team in Division I basketball are good guys to me. You know, I don't look at no team as being bad boys, anything like that.
Hey, we blew them out.
Blew them out, boy. You're showing me
to go out. That's the way to go out, like
look
that.
At that. Look at that. Oh, my God.
Yeah, big time.
Oh, my God.
Can't beat it.
Woo!
Hey, give me a piece of that, Jay. What's up? Hey, put it on, buddy. David!
And there you saw the ring and the net coming down from the 1990 basketball champs. Boy, it seems funny to be saying that, but it really did happen tonight, and it was really
They
exciting.
thought they'd win. I think we thought they'd win. Las Vegas thought they'd win, and now tonight it still doesn't sink in quite.
It happened, yeah, it really happened.
What was amazing to me is that it was billed as a game for the line, the front lines, but really it was the backcourt that decided it. Anderson Hunt was the most valuable player for the Rebels, and Phil Henderson for Duke.
Right, that's it, right. One other thing tonight, we talked earlier tonight about the good guy, bad guy image. They said that they felt this put the end to all that. They didn't think that was fair, that everybody was a good team. They're just college basketball players, but they said they thought this should put the end to all that talk about good guy, bad guy. They're number one.
Everybody's been on their best behavior in Denver. It's been a wonderful tournament.
It has been a wonderful tournament, and I think it's just great that they won. I'm still having a hard time letting that sink in.
But maybe it'll sink in by the parade.
I think so. I think so. Back to you, Jerry.
Guys, you know, Mary Ruth, you were absolutely right. I got the feeling that some of the players seemed almost bored by winning the national championship. I'm wondering if maybe it's because 4 out of the 5 starters return next year, and they might be thinking of a repeat.
Actually, the crowd and the players were saying that on the floor. I think after CBS cut away, after they gave them the trophies and their individual rings, they all started chanting, one more, and we all said, gee, can't they enjoy this one now? But they were already thinking about next year, and their fans were thinking about next year too. So they're looking ahead already, I guess.
Who could blame them? They got a great team still coming back next year. Thanks very much, guys.
Thanks.
We will be back with more, so stick around for the Year of the Rebel.
The Rebels down to the wire.
David Butler made this steal with time running out in regulation. Vegas moved on to a date against Loyola Marymount in the West Regional Final. The expected track meet was not to be as Vegas ran away from Loyola Marymount. Larry Johnson throws the strikes to Stacy Ogman, and the Rebels led by 20 at the half. Ogman had 33 on the day. When Larry Johnson slammed down this alley-oop, the Rebels knew they were going to Denver. Final, Vegas 131, Loyola Marymount 101. In the semis against Georgia Tech, Vegas had trouble stopping Tech's Dennis Scott. He had 20 in the first half. But Vegas would storm back from a 7-point halftime deficit. Greg Anthony goes to David Butler for the jam here. When Anderson Hunt went to David Butler for 2 and the foul, Jerry Tarkanian breathed a sigh of relief. Vegas wins 90-81 and was headed for the finals and a championship game with Duke. The expected final game drama never materialized. UNLV raced to a 47-35 halftime lead. A 19-0 run started the second half and sealed it for the Rebels. Anderson Hunt's 29 led all scores as UNLV won the national championship game 103-73. After a buzzer-beater tournament, the Final Four had none. But as every Final Four in the past, this one will have its own unforgettable pictures.
Court. In retrospect, the 1989-90 season can best be described as a long and winding roller coaster ride.
It was a season of ups and downs, but of pride and of shame. There were moments you'd never forget and moments you'd just as soon forget. They struck the...
Thrill of victory and the agony of defeat, that is what the NCAA tournament is all about. Our thanks to Steve Mayer, Steve Coburn, and Kevin Cogan for putting that.
Johnson wasn't the only shining star. The other 4 starters averaged between 11 and 16 points a game. There was no one way to stop this team.
No, they're more than Larry Johnson. Larry Johnson makes them go, but
You sag off and Hunt can hit it from outside and Ogman, and they're great in transition. Butler's an excellent scorer in there, and they're a nasty defensive team, so they've got a lot of things going for them.
But just as things were getting back to normal, a bench-clearing brawl with Utah State further smeared an already tarnished image of UNLV basketball. It was Chris Jeter's turn to sit, and Moses Scurry made an encore appearance on Suspension Row. Listen to me. 12 days later, another crisis. During a game with Fresno State, Greg Anthony hit the floor, jaw first. Only 3 days later, Anthony, with his mouth wired shut, was back on the court. Anthony played 28 minutes, scored 10 points, and provided inspiration in a 109-86 win over New Mexico State.
It lifts everybody up. I mean, you know, we've been together for a pretty good while, and, you know, sometimes Greg will do something, and we'll be, oh, Greg, no, you're not hurt, you know, just teasing him. And, I mean, just to come out and see him play like that, it lifts everybody up.
I'm sure he was in a great deal of pain because, you know, it's hard to breathe and everything like that. And so I'm sure he was in a great deal of pain, but he stuck in there and played hard. And, you know, I respect him for it as a teammate.
Well, he ain't had to tell me how much pain he was in because I knew and the whole team knew how much pain he was in, but you know, he just went out there and played like a man.
Despite the injuries, suspensions, fights, and negative press coverage, the Rebels never lost sight of their primary goal, Denver in the Final Four. They seem to use all the season's negatives to their advantage, so that despite itself, when it's all said and done, this team would go down as the finest Rebel team on the court in school history. In fact, at the press conference in Denver, Jerry Tarkanian did say that he felt this team was the best of any Rebel team in the school's history, and that includes, of course, the Final Four teams of 1977 and 1987. Well, most Rebel fans would agree the low point of this season was the fight against Utah State. After the game, the Rebels apologized, the president of the school apologized, the athletic director apologized. Almost anybody else you can think of apologized, but that didn't seem to matter much to Utah State. And so many people wondered if we were in for round two when the Rebels traveled to Utah State for the rematch. The whole sordid affair began when Chris Jeter headbutted Gary Patterson with 7 seconds left in their February 1st meeting with Utah State at the Thomas and Mack.
I mean, I realized I could have hurt the guy, Patterson, real bad. I could have hurt him real bad.
After the game, Kendall Youngblood verbally challenged Jeter to hit him. Jeter obliged, and a bench-clearing brawl soon followed. During the course of the melee, Moses Scurry, who was serving a suspension, slugged Aggie coach Con Smith. Scurry claimed he didn't realize it was a coach he had hit.
You know, I didn't know it was a coach. No, I did not. I didn't know I was a coach. Not at all.
Do you think Moses Scurry knew that that was you?
He says that he doesn't, and said that he didn't know that it was me, so I'll take that for what that is.
Because there was a reasonable doubt that Scurry knew he was hitting Smith, he was given only a 1-game suspension. Jeter was forced out 3 games. Meanwhile, the incident scarred the university so badly that Sports Illustrated referred to UNLV as Disaster U.
Well, we're truly sorry for the incident, and we apologize to the Utah State community as well as to our own community, and hopefully we'll be able to position ourselves so this doesn't occur again.
But the Rebels weren't finished with the Aggies. The teams met again 1 month later in Logan, Utah, and the Aggie fans were ready.
First we have UNLV, and of course the hoof print on the V, so the V's canceled out. The C with the little I's, it's C-U-N-L. C-U-N-Hell. Tart.
Pretty rough stuff.
Well, we figure, you know, they started the rough stuff, so we can just continue it on.
I don't know, we're a little upset because, you know, for hitting a coach, he got 1 game, and for not paying a telephone bill, he got 1 game also.
Yeah.
There's something wrong there.
For the players, the rematch was a goodwill game. The opposing players shook hands before the tip-off. No, there would be no fighting between the players tonight. The Aggie fans were another matter. Anderson Hunt expressed fear before the game.
Hopefully we get out here alive.
Anderson's trepidations were justified. He wasn't even involved in last month's brawl, yet he too was greeted unfavorably. 2 technical fouls were called on the Aggies because of their fans' misbehavior. The second was most bizarre. 2 electrically timed water bombs exploded under the grates near the Rebel bench. The gag earned grudging admiration from Jerry Tarkanian.
I have no idea what it was. Somebody did what?
It was a rig device.
It was done purposely?
Yeah.
Was it? Are you kidding me?
That must have been an engineering. It was a remote control.
Whoever did it was sharp.
But the prank cost Utah State 2 points as Larry Johnson converted both technical foul free throws. Those points were the difference in an 84-82 Rebel win. After the game, there was nothing but good cheer between the players. The fans, however, went home knowing that they may have cost their team a huge upset. No upset tonight. The Runnin' Rebels national champions with a 30-point.
I don't need to see a doctor or stay in bed all day. The only thing I need is just to watch those Rebels play. I got running Rebel fever burning up my mind.
That was tournament time, and the Big West Conference tournament in Long Beach was a prelude of things to come for the NCAAs. How to get up for a tournament full of teams that you beat 16 out of 18 times during the regular season? That was the question confronting UNLV.
This year we're going for maybe a top seed in the West, so I think it's important that we play well here.
They certainly played well Friday night as they smothered Fresno State. Santa Barbara should have been next, but the Gauchos fell to Pacific. Tark needed a new way to motivate his team. So at Saturday's shoot-around, he got on the timekeeper for starting their practice session clock too soon.
Are you ready to go now? No, I want to wait till everybody gets, I'll just wait till everybody gets ready. Well, 30 minutes isn't enough the way it is.
30 minutes of practice was more than enough time to pace Pacific. The Rebels' first test of the tourney would come on Sunday, the championship game with Long Beach State. After a weak first half, the Rebels kicked it into gear and kept the 49ers from an NCAA tournament bid. The Rebels, already aware of their top seed in the West Regional, played this game for the tournament title and pride.
It really made no difference if we won or lost. Our number 1 seed was going to be taken before the game. The game had no bearing at all, and yet I said it was a test of character, and the only thing they had in it was their personal pride.
You know, like Coach said, it is pretty hard to get up for every game, but, you know, by us being basketball players, we don't want to lose, so we just come out and just play our hearts out.
Well, the Big West tournament was just a warm-up of what was yet to come for the Runnin' Rebels. Scott Higgins joins us again from Denver with more of the Year of the Rebels. Scott.
Jerry, tonight's big win over Duke was surprising, but it was also typical. The Rebels mauled through just about their entire NCAA tournament schedule, with the exception of Ball State, and kind of a close one the other night against Georgia Tech. Let's take a look back now at the road to Denver. When the Rebels got off the plane in Salt Lake City for the first round of the tournament, you could sense this was strictly business for them, even though their first round opponent was lightly regarded Arkansas Little Rock.
Try to run the court with the Rebels. But
it was supposed to be the battle of the backcourt. Anderson Hunt and Greg Anthony against the Trojans' big ringer Carl Brown. Not quite. The three combined for 16 points. And what kind of game is it when David Rice outscores Anthony? A blowout. But it was no surprise to Rebel fans who predicted victory before tip-off.
I think the Rebels win by 25.
That confident? Well, don't you think much of UALR?
I've never heard of them.
UNLV by 8 or more.
For the Rebels, it was showtime against a much smaller Arkansas Little Rock lineup, and the end result was a 102-72 laugher.
Well, it was nice to get a big lead and be able to play everybody. It was nice that our second group went in and played as well as they did. It was really, I enjoy that because our second club has worked hard all year.
Well, I think in summary, it's obvious why we were 16th seed and they were first seed. The committee was definitely right on that.
Stacey Augman set the tone early. A primetime slam for 2 of his team-leading 16. 6 other Rebels were also in double figures.
Well, that's the game. We had to come out and play hard from the start, from the start to the end. And I just try to get the team up by playing hard, and I hope they follow me.
It was obvious that the Rebels' ability to score at will frustrated the Trojans. That plus Little Rock's 8 for 35 shooting in the first half.
Well, we wanted to make history. No number 16 seeds ever won. And that added to our motivation to come out and play well. Like I said, we just didn't shoot the ball well.
You know, they're a real good shooting team, but I don't think we ever let them get started.
It was exactly what UNLV needed. Playing time for the benchmen and a nice workout for the starters.
This team was tough. I mean, it wasn't necessarily a blowout. We pulled away there at the end a little bit, but we had to play hard. We had to play tough, and we have to do that every night.
Next up, Ohio State out of the Big Ten.
Ohio State in the red.
The Rebels were admittedly flat for this one coming out of the chute. Ohio State's freshman sensation Jim Jackson slammed one home, with guard Mark Baker following with a drive the next time down court. Buckeyes 15, Rebels 11.
We came out flat to begin it, and we had to get into it. We had to get the running game together and just get into the game.
Altitude, I think it was on their team as much as ours. Guys couldn't get back on defense. That's why there was a lot of running opportunities today because teams couldn't get back.
But the Rebels found their second wind. David Butler muzzled inside, and UNLV ripped off a 7-0 run. Enter Moses Scurry, who fired up the Rebels' engines as only he can. 28-19 UNLV.
Yeah, that's all we needed, you know. I mean, that's part of the game, you know. You go out there and, you know, be lackadaisical on defense and on offense, not doing the things you're supposed to. You know, it's like you're not going to win a game at all.
We know UNLV can play physical ball. Well, so can Ohio State. A war zone inside as UNLV led by only 2 at the half.
Well, I knew I was coming into a physical game today because I played with Perry Carter during the summertime in Washington, D.C., and the other 2 inside guys are also physical.
People make more than what it really is because that's basketball. I mean, it's competitive.
Second half, same rough play, and UNLV got a scare when Greg Anthony went down. But as he's done all year, he got back up. Hey, even the champ was impressed.
You can go and get banged as much as you want, but still when you step on the court against a team like Ohio State out of the Big Ten, with all the physicalness that they show and they play with, it was tough.
3:30 to go. Rebels up 63-58 when Larry Johnson put down 2 of his quiet 23 points. But something was missing. The Rebels were 0 for 12 from three-point range and dunkless. And Ohio State was still in the game.
No, I wasn't surprised at all. I knew they was a great team. They had great inside players and outside players.
The game exploded in the last 3 minutes. The Buckeyes' Treg Lee stuffs one. Rebels by 5. Then the shot of the game. Greg Anthony for 3.
Well, that was a great shot for me to hit. I'm glad that it went down. But I think we did what we had to do to win, which is the sign of a good team.
I thought when it was 67-62 that we still had a chance to win it, and then Anthony hits a big 3, and you know, good players step forward when they need a big play.
And I think the killer was when, you know, Anthony hit that three-pointer right there with time running out.
Cap it off with an Anderson Hunt dunk. Rebels win 76-65.
You know, when we got the dunk, then I figured that was it. We should have won that one then.
From there, it was on to Oakland for a battle with Ball State in the West Regional. Although the Rebels appeared comfortable early on, Ball State whittled away in the second half and had a chance to win with seconds to go. Rebels hang on 69-67.
Yeah, we feel fortunate to get out with a victory. Down the stretch, we didn't show the experience and the desire to win that, you know, I know we have, and I have to blame myself for a lot of that. But, you know, either way you look at it, a win's a win.
If the fantastic finish wasn't enough, this one was spiced by a post-game scuffle. Next up, the Loyola Marymount Lions, emotionally charged from the death of Hank Gathers. First half, Loyola wanted to run, and UNLV gave the Lions what they wanted. Greg Anthony drills a 3, followed by a Stacey Augmon drive. UNLV led 16-4.
Fortunately, most of the shots we took were about 5-6 footers. We got in closer than I had even anticipated. I mean, Ice took the ball within 5-7 feet of the basket practically every time.
But back came the Lions. Chris Knight slams it home, and Loyola cut it to 9. That was about as close as it got, though. The Lions blew opportunities, while UNLV made the most of its chances. 67-47 Rebels at halftime.
My concern was that Fryer would start getting unconscious again. But if you look, he didn't get many open shots.
No contest in the second half. It was wham, bam, let's jam. And UNLV advances to the Final Four, 131-101, writing an end to Loyola Marymount's storybook season. Next stop, the Final Four. The Rebels against Georgia Tech, with the winner playing for the national championship.
We're not talking bad at all. We're just talking T-shirts. That's all we're talking. We're talking $15 T-shirts, and it looked good, so we win ball one.
They got maybe the premier point guard in the country, and they got great wing shooters, so, you know, they're going to run. They're going to run. They're going to shoot the ball early.
The Rebels use defense to take the lead early. Stacey Augmon picks Brian Oliver's pocket and then gets the return from Anderson Hunt. Score it. Then it's Greg Anthony knocking down a three. The Rebels had their biggest lead of the half, 21-12. Time for lethal weapon three. Dennis Scott hit a torrid shooting streak, while Kenny Anderson's drive burned the Rebel defense. 53-46 Georgia Tech at halftime, and Tark let the Rebels have it in the locker room.
He told us we weren't running and we weren't running our offense well, because you know, they kind of rattled us a little bit. They got us out of our game, and that's how they, you know, got that big lead.
Second half, both teams blew several scoring opportunities until the UNLV offense began to click. Anderson Hunt and Stacey Augmon went wild, and UNLV was in control. But don't count it yet. Larry Johnson picked up foul number 5, and UNLV would have to hold on in the last 5 minutes without their leader. Spinner. The Yellow Jackets seized the opportunity and stung the Rebels with 5 unanswered points to pull within 2. But that's as close as they'd get. Augmon played his best defense of the game, forcing Scott and Anderson to take bad shots. Meanwhile, the Rebels capitalized, and UNLV advanced to the national championship game with a 90-81 win over Georgia Tech.
It feels lovely, you know, people dream about this and now it's finally coming true.
It's great. It's hard to explain.
Oh, I feel great. You know, being a senior and going from my freshman year to the Final Four to my senior year going to the Final Four, it's the stepping stone to a national championship. And for a reserve player, giving Greg Anthony a break, it's a tremendous feeling right now.
I love my team. We're playing in the championship game, and I'm very proud of the guys. I was in agony through most of the game, believe me. And then when we get to the end like that, you know, I told Greg after the game, I said, he's going to drive me to my grave. You know, he's been missing a couple down the stretch. But I'll tell you one thing is, if Greg did not have the courage and the leadership that he's shown our team, our season would have ended a long time ago.
So that's how the Rebels got to Denver. You know, next year, the NCAA championship, that's going to be a tough act to follow. When we come back, we'll see if they can do it.
Why should I have to wait a week for my dealer to fix my brakes just because I own a foreign car?
Deep sleep, the Runnin' Rebels beat Duke in Denver 103-73 to win the national championship. And what about next year, though? Will the Rebels repeat their success? Well, quite frankly, if you enjoyed this Rebel season, you should enjoy next season just as much. That's because next year's team doesn't look much different from the one we saw this year. A Final Four repeat seems a cinch. Jerry Tarkanian will lose only one starter, David Butler. But even then, the center position will be left in the capable hands of George Ackles, although one of those hands was attached to a broken wrist. It has healed properly, and Ackles should be 100%. Larry Johnson will no doubt entertain lucrative offers to turn pro before his senior season, but the NBA is wasting its breath. Larry will be back.
Well, he said, Coach, he said, well, no foul's coming back. I said, sure, I'm coming back. And I said, I want to know if you're coming back. He said, you can count on it. I'm going to be here. So I hope we can put that to rest. That Larry Johnson is definitely coming back.
And how about Stacey Augmon? Will he spend his senior year in the NBA?
Oh, Stacey was always coming back. I've never had any doubts about that.
And Tark will have no doubts at the guard position next year. Greg Anthony and Anderson Hunt return. So does reserve Travis Bice. But not Stacy Cianovich, who it seems has been with the team since the turn of the century. Pushing Bice for playing time next year will be freshman H. Waldman, who proved quite a talent at Las Vegas's Clark High. Waldman is planning to push Anthony for playing time at the point guard.
And I think I have more of a point guard mentality. Greg, his last year didn't really have it. He's getting into the flow of playing the point, but I'm a natural.
Besides Butler, the only significant loss will be Moses Scurry. James Jones and Chris Jeter saw such limited action, their absences will go unnoticed. But with the nucleus of this year's team still intact, it's a safe bet the Rebels won't go unnoticed next year. Joining us once again is Scott Higgins, live from Denver. Scott, I don't know about you, but it seems to me that a Final Four appearance in 1991 seems inevitable.
I like that word, inevitable. I don't know if that's for sure. But, you know, I like H. Waldman's confidence. The guy saying he's going to push Greg Anthony, who's one of the best guards in the country, for his spot. If anything, next year's team ought to be competitive within. George Ackles, I think, can fill in for David Butler. Ackles is more of a defensive player. He'll block some shots for you. I think the biggest loss, believe it or not, will be Moses Scurry. They're going to need a big guy to come off the bench and bring in the intensity and the rebounding that Moses Scurry can.
Very much for that. All right, when we come back, one more look at a terrific season, so don't go away.
Now, Augmon continued to amaze the alley-oop right there, and then more strings off the bench. Big move!
Hi, I'm Brent Marshall with Econo Auto Painting. Are you thinking about selling your old car and buying a new one but afraid of those high payments? Well, here at Econo, we say don't sell it, paint it. Come on down to Econo Auto Painting and let us paint your old car new again with our Poly Supreme finish. A sealer to seal off the old paint, our polycrystalline paint, and 2 full coats of clear urethane to give you a long-lasting shine. So come on down to Econo and let us paint your old car new again. And remember, at Econo, we do it right, we do it fast, and we do it for less.
Since Rock Springs Vista has become Las Vegas's #1 selling condominium, we have been forced to build a new overpass at Vegas Drive just to accommodate our homeowners. Until we finish our overpass, you'll have to use this one at Washington. Follow the signs that say Rock Springs Vista. See where life begins at 62,950, and don't pass this over.
Exit Rainbow and take the Washington overpass to Rock Springs Vista, where life begins at 62,950.
Accidents. An unfortunate occurrence, especially one resulting in injury.
I'm Carl Piazza, and Webster was right. Accidents are always unfortunate and often result in injury. That's true whether it's a car or bike, slip or fall, dog bite or product that causes harm. Accidents are always unexpected. That's what makes them accidents. What you can't expect, though, is justice and compensation for your injuries. That's where I can help. And there's no fee unless you collect.
Carl Piazza and Associates, for justice and results.
Hey, Vern, you spend more time fixing this old heap than you do driving it. You ought to let Wilden's Pride Dodge put you behind the wheel of a brand new Dodge car or truck. Because, Vern, at Wilden's Pride Dodge, the customer is always #1. Well, there's your problem right there, Vern. You see that little wire right there next to your catastrophic converter? Looks like it's got a little Lord in it. Vern, you ought to trade this old heap in. Know what I mean? Oh. Ow. Ow.
So I look at you. 3 shots there, 1 shot for you.
We are back again. We wanted to tell you who the all-tournament team was because we didn't get that in a little bit earlier tonight. Anderson Hunt, Larry Johnson, and Stacey Augmon from UNLV, Philip Henderson from Duke, and Dennis Scott from Georgia Tech. And the most outstanding player was Anderson Hunt for the tournament. So quite a coup for UNLV to get all those players named to the team.
Really? I thought early today that this whole Brent Musburger CBS flap and the contract and how it was on the front page of all the newspapers might overshadow all of this. The Rebels came in here tonight and said, we own this tournament. Everybody else stay back. We get the headlines, and they really did.
What impressed me is that they did it with defense. All year long, the national media thinks of them as the running Rebels, an offensive team, but we in Las Vegas know what a defensive-minded team they are, and they definitely proved it tonight. They were much quicker than Duke, and Anderson Hunt, I think, an appropriate choice for the MVP. He just lit it up. I mean, he was just unstoppable. And Greg Anthony with the defense, just a terrific effort from UNLV, and you really got to congratulate them because of all the ups and downs they've had this year. They never fell apart. They pulled together, and they won the national championship.
I noticed in the locker room a lot of pride tonight, a lot of pride in their team and a lot of pride in what they've done this year. And they, with having so much adversity against them, with so many problems, bad knocks from the media, and they really did it tonight. They showed everybody all over the country how good they are.
Plus, they had a crowd behind them here in Denver.
Indeed they did.
Well, that is about it from McNichols Arena in Denver, where an amazing basketball game was played tonight.
Yes, indeed. National champions, UNLV running Reds.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
All right, thank you very much, you three. The year of the Rebel is one that won't be forgotten soon. There were plenty of highlights, and editor Jonathan Sudbury put together this look at the Rebels doing what they do best.
Substitution of the game. Here's Travis Bison. They finally hit one without trying.
There goes Mr. Johnson. You can see that baby coming. Steal by Anthony. It's a 3-on-1. Anthony taking it all the way.
to its first ever NCAA championship game. It'll be Las Vegas against Duke Monday night.
Casey Augman is the best finisher on the break that I have ever seen in college basketball.
Hunt's three. They have won their first ever national championship, and in 3 trips, the Shark comes away a winner in a record-setting night, 103-73.
Once again, that fine piece of editing work courtesy of Jonathan Sudbury. A reminder once again about the parade, which begins at 6 o'clock, begins at the Union Plaza, will carry up down Fremont, down the Strip, up to Tropicana, and then carry over to a big Rebel rally at the Thomas and Mack Center. Well, that'll do it for now. That's a look at our Year of the Rebel. For Mary Ruth Carlton, Gary Waddell, Scott Higgins, I'm Jerry O'Lennon. It was a great season. We'll see you next year. Good night, everybody.
The preceding Rebel Special was brought to you in part by FM 93.1 KEYV The Key. Unique music heard here and nowhere else. Philadelphia Freedom, where FHA and conventional loans are processed in 14 days, guaranteed. Rebelbilia, your official UNLV team shop on Maryland Parkway across from UNLV. And by The Car Doctor, with you on the road 24 hours a day.
Anderson Hunt would go on to become the tournament MVP. Nevada, Las Vegas, the national titleist. More frustration for Duke. Christian Leitner misses the easy one. That starts the break. Hunt to Augman, the high percentage shot. UNLV just on cruise control in the second half. It was a rout. Duke fans disappointed. Joy and jubilation for the running Rebels of Nevada, Las Vegas. They win it in a big way. The final 103-73. They are the national champions. Duke is now 0-8 in the Final Four and joins another ACC school, North Carolina, for the record in championship losses with 4. To the totals, Anderson Hunt, tournament MVP, 29 points. Larry Johnson nailed 22 points and had 11 rebounds. For the Rebels, for Duke, Phil Henderson led the way with 21. UNLV passed the 1964 UCLA Bruins for most points scored by a championship winner with 103. The previous high was 98 by John Wooden's first national championship team. And the team on the short end of that score, ironically, was Duke. The 30-point margin of victory was also the biggest in tournament history and the third time UNLV leveled a tournament opponent by 30 points. Fast break points, UNLV 36, Duke 8. That's your story. 571 total points by UNLV, a tournament record. Last time Duke gave up 100 points in regulation all the way back in 1983 in a loss to Virginia. Now, let's hear from the national champions.
Well, I feel they gave up. They gave up. You know, we got the running on them, and they just, you know, gave up on themselves. You know, I mean, a team like that, I thought they, you know, they were smarter than that or better than that. They just gave up on, you know, whatever they was doing. You know, they stopped, you know, shooting the ball well, and you know, it was like they just said forget about it, you know, and we just kept running.
This is what it's all about right here. When you win, it feels good, and nobody can tell you nothing. Just, hey, congratulations, and that's it. And I feel great. This is. I will never take this off. Never.
Never. You're going to keep it on forever.
It's not coming off.
I absolutely love these kids. They're just an incredible group of kids. They just rise to the occasion and play so well. And you know, for them to come out and play a game like this today was just tremendous. I told Greg just in the back room right there, you just turn the clock back to the Fresno State game when he broke his jaw and Butler twisted his knee and Vice had chicken pox. We all thought our season was going down the drain then, and look where we've come now. It's just like a fairy tale. You know, we were just so fortunate, so blessed to be here.
They were so convincing as the national champions. I mean, there was no one close. I mean, anybody we played this year, nobody even came close to playing that well against us. Because you may not understand this, but our team was ready to play. We were playing well at times tonight. They just played great all the time. And to get it to 30 was kind of an achievement. I mean, that's how dominant they were.
It's your dream to win the national championship and to have that not happen and not play well and them just totally dominate. You know, I mean, I feel terrible. There was just never any balance in the game. It was always them playing great and dominating the game. They dominated the game, and I mean, they were great. There's nothing more you can say about that. They were definitely great.
Indeed they were. In summation, UNLV was Joe Montana, Jerry Rice, and Roger Craig in short pants. Duke was overmatched and consequently overwhelmed.
Jerry Tarkanian has been criticized because of his fight against the NCAA. He lost that battle, and there are reports the Runnin' Rebels could face probation in the coming months. But through it all, Tark the Shark has remained one of the more popular coaches. It was only fitting that 3 was the charm. In this battle, Tarkanian fired the last shot in what was a long and bouncing road to the national title. The Runnin' Rebels of Nevada, Las Vegas came into the tournament with 29 wins and the #1 seed in the West. In their opening round game, Vegas was all over Arkansas Little Rock. Stacey Ogman led Vegas with 16 points. Here he gets the steal in the breakaway jam, and Vegas won easily by 30. Next up for the Runnin' Rebels, the Buckeyes from Ohio State. Defensive whiz Stacey Ogman finishes the fast break with a pretty scoop shot, and the Rebels were truly running. The big gun on this day would be Larry Johnson. His 23 points and 16 boards would lead the way as Vegas nipped Ohio State 76-65. The going would get a little tougher in the third round against Ball State. Ogman gets 2 of his 20 on the alley-oop jam here, but the pesky Cardinals would take the Rebels down to the wire. David Butler made this steal with time running out in regulation. Vegas moved on to a date against Loyola Marymount in the West Regional Final. The expected track meet was not to be as Vegas ran away from Loyola Marymount. Larry Johnson throws the strike to Stacey Ogman, and the Rebels led by 20 at the half. Ogman had 33 on the day. When Larry Johnson slammed down this alley-oop, the Rebels knew they were going to Denver. Final, Vegas 131, Loyola Marymount 101. In the semis against Georgia Tech, Vegas had trouble stopping Tech's Dennis Scott. He had 20 in the first half. But Vegas would storm back from a 7-point halftime deficit. Greg Anthony goes to David Butler for the jam here. When Anderson Hunt went to David Butler for 2 and the foul, Jerry Tarkanian breathed a sigh of relief. Vegas wins 90-81 and was headed for the finals and a championship game with Duke. The expected final game drama never materialized. UNLV raced to a 47-35 halftime lead. A 19-0 run started the second half and sealed it for the Rebels. Anderson Hunt's 29 led all scorers as UNLV won the national championship game 103-73. After a buzzer-beater tournament, the Final Four had none. But as every Final Four in the past, this one will have its own unforgettable pictures. Terry Chick, Wally Bruckner, and SNN's basketball analyst Gary Williams give their impressions of the road to the Final Four.
So a 30-point victory for the University of Nevada, Las Vegas Running Rebels. A game that really was no longer a game about midway through the first period when the Rebels turned up the defense just a little bit too much.
Well, I think it's a shame because the whole tournament this year has been great. And the championship game didn't live up to the rest of the tournament, but Vegas played a great game. If you're really a fan of the game, just to watch Vegas play tonight was really a show, both defensively and offensively. It shows what a very smart basketball team they are.
It really was a showcase for how explosive they are, as you said, on both ends of the court. Not only because their defensive, their transition points were phenomenal.
Just looking at it from Duke's standpoint, I think they went into that game really worried that Vegas was shooting the ball well from the outside, and that's what happened tonight. And when they extend like that, you have to extend on shooters like that. That opens up Johnson inside, and you need help to play Johnson.
An unfair rap then hung on the Duke team as they have to go through the morning papers for the next couple of days. The seniors here 3 times and come away empty.
Well, I think each year is different. The team's never the same. In college basketball, it's not like the pros. You know, you get different players every year, and I think Duke did a great job this year to get to the Final Four. No one picked them to even get there.
Gary, of course, I've reminded our viewers several times, but you've picked UNLV from the beginning on this. You had to see something there that you really had to like. I mean, were they just a notch above everybody else?
Well, I think at the beginning of the year they were. I thought talent-wise they were way above everybody at the start of the year, but then they had the problems, the injuries, a couple guys suspended for a few games, and whether they could get it back, I didn't know, but it looked like everybody was healthy, and that's kind of why I went with them. I just thought they were in pretty good health going into the tournament.
A vindication for the kids for maybe the bad rap they've had, the thugs, as some coaches have called them, and the program always under scrutiny?
I think nowadays there's so much attention put on teams that, you know, you just don't look at them as a basketball team. There's got to be other things about a team. Different teams get different raps, but if you're just looking at a basketball team, that's a great college basketball team you saw play tonight in Las Vegas.
And something they can't take away from Jerry Tarkanian, he has now won a national championship.
Tark got one, and he's been a great coach a long time. For a long time there, nobody knew about it because they weren't on television, but he proved it tonight.
That's it. A 30-point margin of victory, the largest ever, the most points scored in a championship game, the most points scored by a single team in the NCAA tournament. A complete victory for the Running Rebels of Nevada, Las Vegas. Yeah, our hats off to the Running Rebels, the 1989 college champions. I think that's going to do it for Mile High City of Denver. For Wally Bruckner, Gary Williams, I'm Terry Chick. Switch back to the studio.
All right, guys, thank you. The game also marked the end of the 15-year CBS Sports career of Brent Musburger. The main voice of CBS Sports since 1975, Musburger's contract was not renewed by the network, and the championship game was his final.
As you know, this was my last assignment for CBS. After 22 years with the television network, radio network, and the stations, and I have had an opportunity to work with some of the greatest directors, producers, technicians in the world, not to mention analysts like my good friend Billy Packer. Billy, we have shared some great memories.
Well, we saw a great champion here tonight. It's been an honor for all of us to work with a great champion of broadcasting.
No,
I appreciate it.
Folks, I've had the best seat in the house. Thanks for sharing it. I'll see you down the road.
And I am still shocked over that.
Yeah, really. Well, I'll tell you can't question his work ethic, though, and he definitely deserves a vacation.
And he's going to take an extended one, he said. We've got the latest college hoop news, including a Cowboy that's headed east.
And on the pro courts, no action on Monday, but we'll update you on the playoff races now as we go to...
Off the court and into the court. Bill Coy has
what's happening. We'll show you what Donald Trump's new Duke Blue Devils with the widest margin in NCAA championship history. Back at home, Rebel fans are out of control with the thrill of victory. At the Thomas and Mack, a crowd of more than 10,000 gained momentum and volume as they spilled out into the parking lot. The crowd outside the bar that bears the name of the winning coach was just as boisterous. UNLV students in a throng celebrated their team's victory. The national press has called the Rebel win everything from a crushing victory to a bloody massacre. And the hometown fans say it's about time the Rebels got that respect.
Rebels are number one all the way! Rebels! Yeah! We'll be all right.
The Rebel fans overflowed in cars and on foot, pouring out onto Maryland Parkway in the heart of Rebel country near the UNLV campus. And all over town, the thrill of victory was the same, with exhilarated fans unable to keep from dancing in the streets. Everywhere in the city, the Rebel cry could be heard above the honking horns and shouting.
Unfortunately, some of tonight's celebrating got a little bit out of hand. There were scattered reports of bar fights around town. Metro received at least 4 calls of gunshots being fired into the air. Luckily, no one was hit by those bullets, though. Police officers closely monitored the big impromptu street celebration on Maryland Parkway, trying to keep everyone under control. The latest word is that no arrests were made, but there are reports of some injuries. Paramedics were on the scene. At least one person was transported by ambulance to the hospital with unspecified injuries. Desert Springs Hospital admitted at least 2 people and possibly 3 with injuries possibly related to the partying. In general, though, most of the celebrating was under control. Wild, but under control.
Back in Denver, even the Duke players are singing the praises of their victors. The team said that the Rebels were the best opponents they had ever faced, better than they had imagined.
The coach and the team are savoring victory in the Mile High City tonight. We go live to our crew in Denver. Folks, how's it going?
George, Paula, it's going fine. It is a little calmer here at McNichols Arena.
It is.
I won't vouch for what's going on at the Sheridan, where the team and the students and a lot of the boosters stayed. So they're partying there tonight, maybe the likes of which Denver's never seen.
Yes, indeed. And of course, it was quite a game that we saw tonight, wasn't it, Scott?
Bloody match. It certainly was. You know, I hope the Rebels dedicated this one to that goofball from the Washington Post who said earlier today he hopes anybody wins this thing except UNLV. I think UNLV definitely earned this one, and their backcourt play was the difference. Let's take a look now at the highlights. The forwards were fed across Nevada.
You might say that.
I guess you could say that. Yes, thank you, Dave and Sue. As you can imagine, the fans are going wild here in Las Vegas, hollering, screaming, partying, you name it, it's going on. In fact, things got a little bit out of hand earlier this evening.
Reporter Lonnie Levitt is out in the thick of things where at points during the night, authorities closed down parts of Maryland Parkway near the university. Lonnie, how's it going out there now?
Oh, I have never seen anything like this. I've lived in Las Vegas all my life. There are thousands of fans out here singing, screaming at the top of their lungs, throwing beers, you can see. It seems they're determined to celebrate to the full extent. Final seconds ticked off the clock. Rebel fans sent out a long, loud cheer that must have been heard clear to San Diego.
We did it!
Most everyone expected the Rebels to take #1 tonight, including the police. As you can see, they got just what they expected. Crowd and controlled chaos. In the heat of the excitement, as fans swarmed in and out of Tarkanian, some violence broke out.
We #1. I told you. I want to take all the Rebels fans. Go get it. We got it, baby. Yeah. Ain't no joke. Love you, Nobody realized just how big this year would be, but indeed, they win the national championship, and the Sharks does me in. 103-73, the final score. Yeah, baby, #1! Woo! Yeah! Woo! Yeah, baby! Hold on, y'all ready? One last time. National champions on 3, baby, and run it in. 1, 2, 3. National champions. Go, baby, All right, no doubt we are going to be back here later tonight. They're singing a song in the background. You can hear a little bit of that. Let's head now to Luke over at Runnin' Rebel Park.
All right, we're live here on Maryland Parkway in front of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. They've got the whole entire block blocked off here. All thousands of UNLV students following tonight's big championship game in which the Rebels were victorious against Duke. They're out here in full force to party, and they're, as you can see, having a great time. We were at the Thomas and Mack a little earlier in the evening. Let's take a look at some of that action.
I think this is a chance for the whole world to know how great UNLV
quite a party out here. This is kind of an unexpected thing. They just decided to gather out here in front of the university following the game, and they seem to be having a good old time. This, I must say, is the biggest thing in Las Vegas since gambling, and I think all of you would agree with me with that. Tomorrow there's a parade that will be down Fremont Street. It'll start in front of the Union Plaza, and that begins around 6 o'clock. As far as some of you wondering if you can greet the Rebels at the airport, no way. They've worked out plans so that they won't be inundated with people at the airport. We'll have more details on that tomorrow. Back to you.
Okay, Luke, thanks very much.
Boy, big celebration.
Do you get the feeling a lot of these kids are going to be going to class tomorrow?
We should mention that Bob Maxson says absolutely no way is class canceled tomorrow at UNLV. No way.
He says academics first.
Right.
We'll see how many people show up.
Yeah.
Just ahead, we'll find out what Las Vegans think about this Rebel win.
And find out what our callers to News Poll tonight think of the Rebels' thug reputation. Stay with us.
The all-tournament team, Anderson Hunt, who was also voted most outstanding player of the tournament, Larry Johnson and Stacy Augman. The other two, Philip Henderson of Duke and Dennis Scott of Georgia Tech. And maybe there was a sixth in there someplace, the UNLV fans who came from Las Vegas, who really helped a lot in just rousing things up in the arena.
They really did. Also, they had some support tonight from the Arkansas fans who got into it and were doing their Woo Pig Suey yell at the end of the game. And we're standing up and cheering. Of course, they were all wearing their red, so they fit right in with the Rebel fans.
It was quite a night at McNichols Arena in Denver, Colorado.
It sure was. Big surprise, I think, at that, how widespread the margin was in the game.
Yeah, that was it. Although we did have two people on our crew who did predict a blowout.
It's always the guys behind the scenes.
Yes.
Us people, we don't know what we're talking about. Photographer Mark Jacobs and our satellite engineer Mark Portier all said it was going to be a blowout. I didn't believe them. They tried to tell me before I made my prediction,
That's
say
right.
a blowout. I said, forget it. Who's right? They are, of course.
I was a little worried earlier because you were saying it was going to be so close. I thought, oh my gosh,
I really
we're
thought
going
it would be.
It was the thing that was surprising to me about the game was that Duke seemed so much slower than Georgia Tech, because Georgia Tech seemed so fast, and Duke it was such a surprise because they were in the finals, and I felt sorry for them by the end of the game. I really did.
Especially after that big run in the second half. They just seemed completely disoriented after that.
It's nice to know we're all human, right?
Yes, indeed. It is indeed. So that's it from here. It's been a great night.
It has.
Mary Ruth, we've had a lot of calls from UNLV students, and I know that you interviewed Dr. Bob Maxson earlier. What's the word? Is there or is there not class tomorrow at UNLV?
There is class tomorrow at UNLV. Dr. Maxson said if they didn't have class, that he felt that the national media would jump all over the university, and they've taken some hits lately, a bad boy image for the Running Rebels, and he said there was no way he's going to cancel class. He did say maybe some individual professors would cancel class, but there's no way Dr. Maxson is going to cancel class.
Well, I'll tell you, they may have class, but I don't know how many people are going to be there, judging from the things that are going on in the streets here.
Yeah.
What about the White House? I know you talked
huh?
to Sig Rogich earlier. There were hints that perhaps there might be a presidential visit in the team's future. Any new word on that?
Haven't heard any new word on that, but I got the impression that that indeed was going to happen.
I think it might. I think there's a real good chance that it might.
Yes, indeed. Since
All right,
he's there in the
thanks.
White House.
And we'll be going back to Denver a little bit later. Talk to you later.
Thank you, George.
Those who couldn't make it to Denver for the game had plenty of viewing options right here on the home turf. Several thousand maniacal fans squeezed into the Thomas and Mack tonight to watch the game on a big screen and to screech at the top of their lungs for hours on end.
Brian Gresh was among the many who was too excited to remain seated at the T&M. He joins us now from the newsroom. Brian.
Well, Paula and George, the voice is back. The hearing, though, I'm not too sure of, at least not for the next couple of hours or so. You know, the Thomas and Mack has seen its fair share of memorable sporting moments over the years. The Runnin' Rebels have played there since the place opened almost 7 years ago in December of 1983. But no sporting event could match tonight's television hookup for intensity and passion. Inside the Thomas and Mack, two 15 by 20-foot screens hung down from the arena ceiling grid, and more than 10,000 fans packed the stands and the seats set up on the floor for the best view of the game. But if your view wasn't all that good, all you had to do was listen. The reaction from the fans to the game-turned rout was as predictable as a 100-degree day here in August. Now, though the Duke Blue Devils prepared hard for this game, one element they may have forgotten about: the Runnin' Rebels rarely lose at home. The sound level inside the Thomas and Mack was somewhere in between a Motley Crue concert and a sonic blast. Every mention of UNLV brought the red and gray throng to its feet. More than 10,000 fans packed the arena. The line waiting to get inside this afternoon stretched around at least half the building. But the wait was worth it. At halftime, Rebel fans noticed the 12-point cushion and made their way to the concession stands, wallowing in Rebel exuberance and enthusiasm.
I think it's great. You think that we're playing right here in the Thomas and Mack.
It's fun to be a part of it. I was on vacation, came back early just for the game.
It's ours. It's ours. It's coming home with us. Can you see this? Coming home with a W. That's what we're going to do, right? Yeah!
In the second half, the floodgates opened and the rout was on. With each Rebel basket, the cheering seemed to grow louder until the final few moments when the home crowd at the T&M erupted. Their joy somehow magically transported to Denver. You knew the Rebel players in McNichols Arena could feel it. Even as good a job as photographer Frank Otto did, it's still almost impossible to catch the energy, excitement, and enthusiasm Rebel fans let loose with after the game. I watched as they made their way very slowly out of the Thomas and Mack. They screamed, chanting Rebels and We're number one. Some had tears in their eyes, quite literally. This one, as Rebel guard Greg Anthony had said, was going to be for the fans, and it was. Some did cartwheels on the grass outside of the T&M. Others inside gave high fives to people going in the opposite direction. All those inside the T&M were fans and friends tonight, in it together and loving it. George, Paula, back to you.
Brian, I know you mentioned earlier this evening to us in the newsroom there that the ride back from the Thomas and Mack was quite an experience as well. Tell us about that.
George, may have been one of the most enjoyable rides I've ever taken in this town. It's not that far, as you know, from the T&M back to the station here off of Convention Center Drive. Everywhere we went, people were honking their horns, people were screaming. Every person we walked by that was walking down the street gave us the We're number one sign. We came to stop at one stoplight, and a fire department vehicle pulled up alongside of us, not one of the engines, but one of the cars. And inside, one of the firefighters turned to us and said that there was a bet, apparently, between the fire chief in Las Vegas and the fire chief in Durham, North Carolina. And so apparently, the folks here in Las Vegas, the firefighters, are going to be expecting 3 dozen T-shirts from their firefighting friends back in Durham, North Carolina.
All right, Brian, thank you.
Rebel fans now have bragging rights for a full year. That's a fact not at all lost on the thousands of people still cheering the win.
Carla Alston is standing by at Tommy Rockers, where the celebrating is still going strong. Carla?
UNLV students. They could not believe the win that UNLV gave tonight over the Duke Devils. There were already T-shirts printed up. People were dancing on the tabletop, pouring beer over each other. I was told that one woman even passed out. She got so excited over the win. Doug Anderson, who's the co-owner of the shop, joins me now to tell me, Doug, what kind of night has it been here tonight at Tommy?
Crazy night. We had 2 people passed out, and it's just been a wild night. People dancing on the tables. Hell of a night. Rebels nuke the Duke.
Were you surprised at the kind of win the Rebels had over Duke?
Well, the Rebels kicked butt tonight, and they deserve to win.
Can you show us the T-shirts that have already been printed up? These are the T-shirts that have already been printed up showing the 103-73 victory over Duke. They sold out here tonight. There were two vendors came in here and they sold out in just a matter of minutes. As you can tell, it's quite crazy here. The party is expected to go on all night. People started coming in at 4 o'clock, and the owners say they don't expect these people to go home until very late. Reporting live from Tommy Rockers, Paula Alston, Eyewitness News 8. Back to you.
I don't think we're going to try to ask her a question.
Thanks, Carla. I think we're in the wrong place, George.
Sure, they're going to class tomorrow. Rebel fans apparently wanted to share their glee with the rest of the country because for a long time after the end of the game, it was nearly impossible to get a long-distance phone line. Centel spokesman says the entire long-distance network was lit up almost immediately with the number of calls overwhelming even the number that are made on Mother's Day. The festivities continue well into tomorrow, though. Don't go to the airport. Do not go to the airport to welcome the team home. If you want to see them, you'll get your chance elsewhere. At 6 p.m. tomorrow night, a parade honoring the Rebels will begin in downtown Las Vegas in front of the Union Plaza. That's at 6 p.m. From there, it heads down Fremont to Las Vegas Boulevard, all the way down to Tropicana, east on Trop, and cutting back to the Thomas and Mack. Then at around 7:30 p.m., a gigantic rally will be held at the Thomas and Mack for the team. Thousands of free tickets to that rally were handed out at the Mack earlier today. The tickets were scooped up in less than 4 hours. If you don't have one, it's very unlikely you'll be able to get into the rally. And if you want a good seat and have a ticket, plan on getting to the arena an hour or so early.
When we come back, not everything was jumping in the valley tonight. Some places looked more like Death Valley. That story when we come back.
And how will the national championship change the way the country looks at Las Vegas? Jerry O'Lennon will be live with the answer next.
Camino Campers Pre-Owned Liquidation Center, right here in Las Vegas.
I picked them by 5 yesterday. I really thought Duke was going to give them a game. I didn't count on the Rebels being able to put together the big run on them that they did against Loyola a week ago in Oakland.
Well, it's so ironic that it ended up like this, a 30-point blowout, when this whole tournament was probably the best tournament we've seen in a long, long time.
Tremendous tournament. And, of course, you heard what Tark said. I thought it was going to go down to the last shot.
We all did.
And I figured 5, and like Marianne says, my goodness, 30 points. Well, they did do it. That's about all there is to it at this point. After all the frustrations of the past, the impossible dream tonight in Denver, Colorado became the very possible dream as UNLV crushed a good Duke team to claim a national title. Let's go to McNichols Arena in Denver, Colorado, and pick up the action very early in the contest. In fact, beforehand, Jerry's got to get those towels. The towels wet down by Larry Chin. He's talking to the president of the school, Dr. Maxson, there about his towels, I guess. In the contest, first bucket of the game, Greg Anthony. Did anybody know this would be the only time in the game before that bucket that UNLV would not lead? A bucket there from Mr. Phil Henderson, and it was 7-6 in favor of UNLV, and that's really one of the last times Duke was close. Stacey Ogman takes it, and look at his aerobatics there. The guy is about as graceful as any college player I've ever seen. Started all with a Larry Johnson rebound, always a tower of strength underneath. Anderson Hunt, three-point shot. A key to the game. Would Anderson get off fast? Anderson got off fast. He finished with 29 points in the contest, and as usual, Stacey Ogman, the best defensive player in the land, and he did it time after time. Takes home his steal for a stop. It was 21-11. Ala Abdelnabi here with the rebound for Duke. They pulled to within 6 after falling behind by 10. Then UNLV with another one of their patented runs. Off the bench, Barry Young scored a quick 5 points. It was 30-17. Jerry goes to the towel as the Rebels took a lead at the half of 12 points. Second half action now. Excuse me, we're still in the first half. Greg Anthony to Stacey Ogman there. And it was 41-25. Now it's halftime, 47-35. Larry Johnson. They say he's an inside guy, just a power guy. Well, he can go outside and hit the three-point shot. He hit a couple of three-pointers early in the first half. And Anderson Hunt, that's his specialty. Three-point shot from Anderson. The Rebels pulling away at this point in the middle of an 18-0 run. Stacey Ogman starting things off here, and the Rebels are just rampaging, and on the sideline, well, that's Moses Scurry, Moses doing his thing, and then Chris Jeter and James Jones, the Duke cheerleaders. They could read the handwriting on the wall. A block shot here by Stacey Ogman. A lot of things he does you don't see in the statistics after a game. He starts off another fast break. It's finished off by Larry Johnson, 72-47. Bobby Hurley, the point guard for Duke. He says, my goodness, look at these guys. Stacy Sianovich, the senior who was on the Final Four team 3 years ago, hits the three-point shot. Moses knows it's over. So does everybody else in McNichols Arena. Travis Bice to James Jones. It was 97-64. Lois Tarkanian. And the coach with that impish grin, he shakes his head as if he couldn't really believe it's finally there. I am the champ. We are the champ.
champions. The Rebels in the pandemonium there celebrating their victory. Final score 103-73. They finished the season 35-5. That's the biggest margin of victory ever in an NCAA championship game, 30 points. First UNLV team to ever win a national championship. And let's get on up to Denver right now. Ron Futrell winning 6 games in a row during the regular season is an awesome feat. And to do it in such a pressure cooker type atmosphere as the NCAA national tourney, that is ultra special what Greg and the Rebels have just accomplished in Denver.
Yeah, Steve, it was awesome. And nobody expected the Rebels to win this game by 30 points. The incredible margin that they did. Joining me live, Greg Anthony. Let's see a shot of that ring there, Greg.
Oh, okay.
Get that ring. Let's see a shot of that. Okay. What do you want to say to the people back in Vegas tonight?
First, I'd just like to, first of all, thank my family for showing a lot of support. You know, we had a lot of tough times this year, and also to the fans. I mean, we got the greatest fans in the country. They stuck by us. I heard about all of them at the Thomas and Mack watching the games on big screen. And, you know, we're just looking forward to seeing everybody tomorrow when we get back.
All right, Greg, congratulations. Winning a national championship to Vegas. All right.
I love everybody. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Greg. All right, here's comments from other players tonight.
Great. This is, I would never take this off. Never.
Never. You're going to keep it on forever.
It's not coming off.
How do those rings fit?
I think it's a pretty good fit myself.
Perfect.
It's Vice and Rice here. We just won a national championship. It's a great feeling. What can we say? What do you got to say, Trav?
We're going to Disneyland.
We're going to Disneyland. Look at these rings, though. We're number 1, Vice and Rice.
You know, I'm going to give it to my mom, and, you know, whatever she want to do with it, she can hang it on her neck or whatever, you know. I proved to myself, you know, now to get it on my mom, you know, she brought me here. And she brought me up and did a thing, you know, helped me out when I was down and did the things that I, you know, that I was doing bad. She, you know, come and corrected me. You know, I just love her.
David, what you going to do with that net?
Well, I'll probably split it up with the other seniors, James Jones, Moses, and Tiana. It's real just cut this down because this is a wonderful feeling that you can always look at these strings and, you know, it's just a wonderful feeling for you.
It feels great, you know. It just feels so great, you know. I really can't explain how it feels. Because it's probably the awesomest feeling I've had since I was playing basketball.
It's the greatest feeling in the world. To leave, you know, this is my 5th year at UNLV. I'm glad I brought home the national championship in the city of Las Vegas. Me personally, no one can take this away from me. It's the best thing a college athlete can endure. And I'm number 1 in the nation. No one can take this away from me.
Yeah, honestly, I still am. I just haven't sunk in yet. I'm just, you know, I feel good, but I want to just go back and hopefully try to salvage this semester for school and, you know, prepare again. You know, it'd be great to come back again and win it again.
Guys, the best team ever played against in the league 15 years. You don't know that. Really? I mean, you guys were fantastic. Enjoy it.
How are you going to celebrate tonight, Anderson?
I don't know. I'm going to celebrate with my family. I'm not going to do too much celebration. You got school tomorrow.
and this for Tark, it's for everybody. It's for everybody who's a UNLV fan, everybody who puts on UNLV jersey, goes out there and plays, the people back in Vegas. It's for everybody.
At what point, Larry, did you know the game was over? At what point?
But when the buzzer went bomb, I knew the game was over. No sooner.
It feels great. I feel great for Nevada. I feel great for Las Vegas. I feel great for UNLV. I feel magnificently great for my husband. My husband's a great coach, and I think he showed what a great coach he is today, and I think these kids showed their character.
So what you think about that little guy, that number 12 on that team, that looked running around everywhere and hollering and hyper, number 12? What you think about this guy?
Awesome, you know. I think he was MVP today, wasn't he?
Wasn't he MVP?
Yeah, he was.
Coach, whose idea was it to bring Walter Payton in before the game?
God, he called us. Seriously, Walter called us. We didn't even know. I never met him. I didn't even know he was a Rebel fan. He called and told how much he loves the Rebels, how he lives and dies with the Rebels. And he asked if he could talk to the team, and he was so beautiful. When he finished, every one of my players went up and hugged him. Everyone went up and hugged him. I mean, he said some touching things to the kids, and it really meant a lot. And after the game, he was in the locker room again with his son. He is a Rebel fan. I'm really grateful for that.
How do you like that? Walter Payton, the great running back for the Chicago Bears, is a Rebel fan. Steve, I'm just in awe of the way this team played tonight. They played flawless basketball and are bringing home a well-deserved national championship.
You hit that on the head, Ron. Flawless basketball. Before the game, I talked about Augman and Hunt, but there were so many key players. The whole team was key, and leave us not forget that coaching staff. Tark and his staff did a tremendous job preparing this team right on through the tournament.
Yeah, he did the same thing he did the other night against Georgia Tech. He substituted well in the first half, came back in the second half, so his starters were fresh, and just blew Duke out. And I'm just amazed at what happened here tonight. Mike Krzyzewski, I don't know if you can understand what he said in that interview there. He told Coach Tark earlier, and he told Stacey Augman there, that the Rebels played better than any other team he had played against in 15 years of coaching. By the way, another note, it took 17 years for John Wooden to win his first national championship. It's taken Tark 17 years at UNLV to win his first national championship. How sweet it is.
Ron, thanks for everything. It's been a great week for you and the Rebels up in Denver. We look to get you back here in Las Vegas and hear more about the Rebels and their jolly jaunt up to the Miles City.
And there will be more. Thank you, Steve.
Thanks, Steve. We'll be back with more in just a minute.
So stay with us.
It still hasn't quieted down around here, and it may not for several days, I don't think.
I think it probably won't. Dave and Sue, you guys have really had a chance to be there and see all the goings-on, and it's probably been a lot of fun for you, but are you ready to come home now?
We think so, and yeah, we were just talking to Colin here, you know, just a second ago about what it was like. He was the only one who got a chance to go inside, and Colin, you said at halftime, what was the reaction in the press room?
Most of the people in the press room really felt it was over. At halftime, most people saying it was a mismatch. UNLV had come this far, and, you know, Dave and Sue, I think the old positive, the old turning the negative into a positive, and the team used the inner turmoil and really blended well together as a team and really had the commitment to say, listen, we are not going to lose. We'll not be denied. And they played absolutely as well as I think any college team can play.
No one expected this blowout, obviously.
I know a lot of things are going on here in Denver tonight, a lot of things in Las Vegas, and we need to confirm right off the bat that our station is trying to decide and to find out for sure whether there are classes canceled for Wednesday. Maybe I misspoke, but we'll check and get back to you on that a little bit later.
That's
this is it, folks. What a wonderful trip.
And every time we all think of Denver, of course, we're going to think of the history-making event that took place right here for Southern Nevadans and UNLV.
We want to thank you for joining us for our live coverage all these last few days at McNichols Sports Arena in Denver. It has been a wonderful time.
Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow, Las Vegas.
All right, Dave and Sue and Colin, nice job from Denver.
Yeah, and then don't forget tomorrow, celebrations here in Las Vegas at the Thomas and Mack, and of course the parade. We will have coverage of all that and a wrap-up of everything, all the celebrating tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Night.
Where are you from?
Nottingham in England.
You came here to have a good time in Las Vegas and see all the sights, Boulder Dam and everything. You know what's happening here tonight?
Yes, I know.
Well, the Running Rebels won the national championship. Now, I bet you were here on a historic evening in Las Vegas.
Good, it's great, it's really good.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
No, not at all. Nothing like this happens in England.
All right, thank you very much for being with us. All right, the world is finding out about the Running Rebels now. Even in sports, the city of Las Vegas, on a national scale, has been known. Rebel fans cannot control themselves. No, not now, not at this moment. Even on a national scale, this city has been known probably, even in sports, known more for its boxing. But I think for next year, that is going to change. Even when HBO has a telecast of, say, an upcoming title fight, they are going to say, home of the NCAA national champion, UNLV Running Rebels. Everybody will now know about the Running Rebels in the city of Las Vegas. Reporting live from the Strip, Jerry O'Lennon, Eyewitness Sports 8.
All right, you are Jerry. Thank you. Not even the most optimistic Rebel fan would have predicted tonight's blowout, though, over Duke, I don't think.
The team humiliated their opponents. We go back to Denver, where Scott Higgins is standing by live. Scott.
George and Paula, while all the attention for this one was focused on the front court before the game, ironically, a member of the backcourt was the one who shined for UNLV. Anderson Hunt scored 29. He was voted the most outstanding player of the entire Final Four. Now, the mood was more relief than anything after the game. Here you see the Rebels celebrating. Here comes LJ down the ladder after cutting down a piece of the net. And even David Rice got a chunk. He got some late playing time in this one, which was nice to see. Stacey Sianovich, the only member from the previous Final Four team, still around. David Butler, graduating, hopes to get in the NBA draft. And there you see them all binding together after their championship. Now the march to the tunnel, and Jerry Tarkanian, a little wave for us right there. And here's the mood after the game.
I think we played with a lot of heart to prove to a lot of people that we're not bad guys, we're not thugs, we're just student athletes, and that's what it is.
Every team we play, they name them as the good guys. You know, all the good guys, Duke the good guys, Georgia Tech the good guys. But, you know, every team in Division I basketball are good guys.
We can run with the Lakers right about now. Yeah, you know, we just it was a great team. We felt good today. We just ran. I don't think anybody could run with us the way we ran today.
No, we're bad. Exactly. We're damn badass good.
It feels tremendous. I'll tell you, first year here in a national championship, I really could not feel better at this moment. I really couldn't.
After 16 years of trying, man, this feels so good. I mean, it's like the relief is off. I mean, we can enjoy ourselves. I think the city can enjoy themselves, and the whole country can enjoy what the city has enjoyed all these years.
Believe it, we're #1.
There was probably a guy you didn't recognize. That was team manager Larry Chin, not often seen in uniform. In fact, never seen in uniform. He's the guy that does Tark's towel. He's the guy that takes care of the Rebels, and it was nice to see him join in on the celebration as well. Now, not everyone was celebrating, though. There had to be a loser, as there is in every basketball game, and tonight that loser just happened to be the Duke Blue Devils.
They were great. They're physically and mentally mature and focused, and yeah, that's as well as anybody. It's beyond what anybody has played against us all year. We lost to a great basketball team. We just could never get in the ball game,
and we were not able to execute. They were great. You have to give them so much credit. It's your dream to win the national championship, and to have that not happen and not play well, and them just totally dominate. You know, I mean, I feel terrible.
Yeah, I'm in awe of what they did tonight. I don't know if you really realize how good they were defensively.
Now, like any successful sports production, the guys behind the scenes are the ones that make it work. We'd like to thank photographers Brian Blackburn.
All aside, got them to play as a team, and they went on, and they're home with the gold trophy.
I think we should also mention what Duke accomplished this year, because it's going to be overshadowed getting blown out by 30 points.
Well, they had a fantastic season. Anytime you can get to the last game in the NCAA championship, how many coaches can claim that they've been to the Final Four out of the last 5 years? Mike Krzyzewski is a guy that rates an A in almost every area you can rate a coach. You talk motivation, communication, recruiting. You talk about graduating players. He really epitomizes what the NCAA talks about in terms of the student athlete and the graduation situation that exists at Duke. But tonight, it belonged all to Mr. Jerry Tarkanian and the Running Rebels.
Interesting storyline with the Tark, because Tark going for his first ever NCAA championship title, and he had never been in the position to win one before. But there was also the storyline of Brent Musburger. It was his swan song for CBS Sports. He'd been there for 15 years. This was his final assignment, his 6th NCAA championship game. And these were his final words.
But as you know, this was my last assignment for CBS. After 22 years with the television network, radio network, and the stations, and I have had an opportunity to work with some of the greatest directors, producers, technicians in the world, not to mention analysts like my good friend Billy Packer. Billy, we have shared some great memories.
Well, we saw a great champion here tonight. It's been an honor for all of us to work with a great champion of broadcasting.
Billy,
I appreciate it.
Folks, I've had the best seat in the house. Thanks for sharing it. I'll see you down the road.
We took him for granted, but he's going to show up somewhere. It's not like Brent is going to fade into oblivion.
Oh, no doubt about it. I think that you're looking at a guy that took a lot of bashing from some of the critics. When you really look at him, I only wish in my career that I could have 1/10 of the success that he's had over his career. He was a guy that's multi-dimensional. The thing I respect, and I respected all you guys that can do so many sports. I have a tough enough time trying to just do basketball. But here's a guy that can go out there, call a basketball game, baseball game, football game, and work in a studio where he has no peer.
All right, Dick and I will be back a little bit later on during this edition of Sports Center. We're going to take a look at the coaching style in the 90s. What kind of responsibilities are they liable for? We now send it back to Sports Center and Eric Clemens. Eric?
Thank you, gentlemen. Speaking of coaching, North Carolina State wants Jim Valvano out.
I think the question that was on a lot of people's minds all during the game was these weren't bad boys anymore. These were men playing basketball. What do you think clicked in their minds before this game that made them look so mature on the court tonight?
I don't mean to laugh at that one, but all year long us sports writers have heard that Larry Johnson is a man among men. Now I think the entire Rebels team are men among men. They certainly proved that tonight, and I think the two keys to this game were definitely defense and Anderson Hunt's shooting from outside. I can't see how you could argue with that, actually.
I can't. No, not at all. Anderson Hunt was fabulous tonight. How many did he miss? 2 or 3 at the most,
Yeah,
I think.
So what's interesting to me, too, is before the year, Anderson Hunt was not the guy who got all the press. In fact, he was the only member of the Rebels that was not included on the preseason All-Big West team. What happens? The guy comes out to play in the NCAA tournament, and he's voted Final Four MOP.
One of the things you mentioned there was Big West. During the game, the Rebel fans were yelling, Big West, Big West. And this is a great thing for the Big West. It makes them a much stronger, much stronger conference. I heard some people saying after the game that Billy Packer perhaps said a few unkind things about the Rebels tonight. I didn't hear all that, but I also heard him talking to somebody else after the game and saying they were awesome. He was impressed. And I think it was begrudging, but he did say that he thought they were pretty good.
Yeah, there was really no denying tonight. They started the other night with Georgia Tech and just continued to roll, and it was quite a show.
It was really great to watch.
We look forward to the parade tomorrow, right?
Big parade tomorrow. We hope it will not rain on that parade.
Yeah, that's what I hear. It looks like rain in Las Vegas.
We'll be back tomorrow, everybody.
It's time to pack up our empty pizza boxes and find a place to recycle our aluminum cans and call it a night, George and Paula.
For you, perhaps. We heard a lot of people speculating that if UNLV won the national championship, Jerry Tarkanian just might ride off into the sunset. Tark has said he's not going to do that. What about Larry Johnson, though? A lot of pro scouts, I would imagine, are drooling after watching his performance in the tournament. Might he change his mind and jump to the pros?
Scott, you were at all those press conferences.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what Larry said. Somebody asked him about that, and he said that's about the 90,000th time he's heard that all year. He said, no, I'm not going. In fact, what I'm trying to do is think of different ways to say no to these people. That's all they keep asking him. He denies he is going. National championship or not, he wants to stay and make Stacey Augmon an All-American next year is what he wants to do.
Well, isn't the last team that repeated championship titles, wasn't that UCLA?
Back in 75.
So wouldn't that be a nice thing to make a run for that and be back and be in the same ranks with UCLA?
Very possible, too.
Yeah, very possible.
Tark was asked that question during the news conference tonight and said the same thing, that both Johnson and Augmon are back next year.
A lot of pride there and a lot of players to be very proud of for the people of Las
Vegas.
All right, Mary Ruth, Gary Scott, thanks for the good job from Denver. It's been one incredible night in the history of the city and the state and the university. I don't know how you can top this, but they're going to give it a try tomorrow with the parade beginning at 6 and the rally at 7:30.
Thank you for joining us for our extended coverage on the Runnin' Rebels NCAA Championship for 1990.
Have a good one. See you tomorrow.
Good night.
Your attention, please.
Dan has been able to adjust, go from the ball control game and the zone defense that he utilized when he won big at Long Beach State, and now with UNLV, certainly they epitomize what everybody's talking about, the style of the 90s. Run, baby, run. Utilize the modern-day athlete, give him flexibility and versatility, allow him to use his skills to the best of their ability. And I don't think anybody epitomizes it better when you combine the defensive pressure and the running game. It is the wave of the future, baby. That's the way to go. It is awesome.
Del Navi short on the jumper. Georgia Tech doing a better job on the board. Anderson got that one. Went out of bounds, came back, feet.
Oh, what a play. What a play. What a play by the three cannons. Trenton Cannons, baby. Run and gun, fast break hoops, organized street game. You pick a name. Whatever it is, it's catching on.
I think that's the way to play. I think that's, when you talk about the 90s, it's a game of the 90s. You know, you push up the floor and take the three, maybe.
You think threes? You think Loyola Marymount. The Long Rangers from the West Coast. Run the system, baby. Organized by Paul Westhead.
If you run to your spot
and you do it so well that you've beaten the defense. Our point guard is, you know, he's kind of like, it's like blind justice. He's just coming down, you know, and if you're there, you get it. And there's a message on the ball. If the ball's past you in our system, it says shoot. It doesn't say look, check the coach, check the score, you know, check your teammates. It's shoot. So shooting is what they're programmed to do. If you decide to pass, that's your decision, you know, and we don't encourage that.
3 to 4 teams in Denver run and gun, with Duke picking their spots to release. And if you look back to the Elite Eight, you can see a fever to fly, with most pressing for points.
The thing nowadays is that you have to have the ball, and it's got to go up and down pressing. And Coach says it best when he says that it doesn't matter if you shoot poorly as long as you shoot more than the opposite team.
For the 90s, I think you're going to see 5 players, 6'2" to 6'6", you know, just athletes, just running, jumping, and playing basketball, just an up and down game.
In the 1973 championship game, a guy by the name of Bill Walton connected for 44 big ones, most of them in the paint. Nowadays, you can't find a Walton, a Ewing, or a Olajuwon in the Rockies. With the advent of the shot clock and the tray, it's a new game.
The three has just changed the game. It's revolutionized it. You know, I was adamant against it from the start, but now, you know, it's a lethal weapon.
There's an administration push for the push it up. Most schools are looking for a coach who want to fly with the basketball. If people like it, they watch it, and then they pay for it. Case in point, Colorado's hiring of Joey Harrington.
I just was involved in 2 jobs this spring, and that was a big item. How are you going to play? Is it going to be exciting for people to watch? Are they going to pay to come watch your team play? So I think style of play is very important, and teams are playing fast now, and they're playing faster, and that's what people want to see.
Kind of athletes that can go up and down the court. I agree with what Mike Krzyzewski said about evaluation. You must evaluate your personnel so they can fit the style that you want to utilize. I mean, you can't run if you got some slow heavyweights out there. I mean, you're just not going to go up and down the floor and pressure defensively. So you got to recruit that kind of player, but it's really easier to recruit the athlete, the guy that wants to go up and down, if you play that style. I think we're going to see more people play like the Running Rebels and Oklahoma rather than Loyola Marymount. I don't think many people can play that style.
You know, Paul Westhead, the coach of Loyola Marymount, said that he's having a hard time recruiting kids because they don't know where Loyola Marymount is, even though they like that style of play.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You got to know it's in a beautiful, sunny California, and that's going to help in recruiting. But the bottom line is when you look at that style utilized by UNLV, P.J. Carlissimo said it, I thought, really well in the piece about defense. These guys teach defense. It's just not run-and-gun basketball. It's defensive pressure on the ball, get out in transition, score, cut the nets down, celebrate, and win championships.
I think that's what people lose track of when they think of the UNLV Running Rebels. They played great defense, and that's why they're national champions. Dick, it's been a pleasure. I enjoyed it.
Well, I really enjoyed working with you, Dan. As I said a little bit earlier tonight, you're too good-looking, baby. You don't like me look good.
He never tells the truth. For Dick Vitale, I'm Dan Patrick. SportsCenter will continue after this.
And you could win a new car Sunday afternoon live on...
Yeah, the Rebels just won the national championship yesterday. We're heading up to Thomas and Mack right now, see what's happening. Looks like a big crowd. What's this say? Yeah, that's right.
You see your opening to take.
Right on target here. Last night in Denver, as soon as the game was over, we tried to scrounge around and find the Rebel t-shirts. They weren't ready then, but my gosh, this morning in the hotel, immediately souvenirs were available. I've seen them in Las Vegas.
They have indeed. They're selling t-shirts here. Here's one of them right now. National Championship t-shirt, the official one. They're localized in Las Vegas.
spotlight on this city and this university so everyone in America will know what a wonderful place Las Vegas is to live. Player of these 5
Valley, California, number 13, Travis White. From Detroit, Michigan. overtime from 16-0.
luck in their futures. I'd like to say, Thomas